Chapter 557. Speaking of which, he was really amusing. He was just looking for a person to meet. Was it worth him worrying so much? He directly turned around and stepped back into the mist ocean. When he reached the inner area, he felt that this place was different from the outside world. Deep underground there was a magnetism power. Above the sky for some reason there was also a vast magnetism power. The two of them repelled one another and then tore at one another. If one was caught off guard, it could rip any living being into pieces and cause them to fall for eternity. Outsiders didn't know that 10,000 years later, the secret of this oblivion cloud ocean was unraveled. However, living beings couldn't survive in this place, but it was a heaven for earth element beasts. Moreover, there was also demonic energy surging out from the deep abyss below. Using the magnetism power, it charged tens of thousands of feet high and infected the living beings here. It caused the beasts here to be really violent. Zhong Shou carefully walked in the air, his mind locking onto a direction as he walked straight over. He didn't know where Zhong Weiran was at this moment. However, since Dragon Shadow said that his father wasn't dead, then at this moment, he was definitely hiding somewhere in this place. He had a feeling that he didn't need to purposely search. If he walked in this direction, he would definitely be able to find Zhong Weiran. Who knows how long passed? Just as Zhong Shou's internal energy was about to be used up in this violent magnetism, his brows rose up. Oh? This place. For some reason, the blood-flowing speed in his body suddenly increased by close to double. His pulse continued to speed up. This was his bloodline throbbing. Looking around carefully, Zhong Shou locked onto a place. There was still nothing in front of him, only a thick mist. However, he instinctively felt that what he saw in front of him was definitely mysterious. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath and slowly walked over. He first reached out with his hand and tried to touch the area. Then, his eyes were filled with understanding. So that was the case. Was this space folding? No wonder that Dao Ming and the other mysterious cloud spirit sect people couldn't find him. If he hadn't seen the scenes of the absolute beginning and grasped some space techniques, he wouldn't have been able to sense the abnormalities here. He didn't hesitate to tear open a crack in the space. Zhong Shou's step was really stable as he stepped in. The moment he entered, he saw that it was a space close to 1,000 feet wide. He was also secretly shocked in his heart. This space was created in this oblivion cloud sea, a place where magnetism clashed. Then, it was hidden in a time gap. He wondered what kind of cultivation was required to achieve such a feat. In the next instant, his pupils abruptly widened. At the center, a figure was sitting upright. In Zhong Shou's memories, he had seen it more than 1,000 times. His figure was thin, his face was handsome, and his temperament was elegant, but he was also as imposing as a mountain. It was Zhong Weiran. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, as if he was meditating. Zhong Shou looked down at the space between Zhong Weiran's hands. In front of his chest, he was holding something. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a ball of sapphire blue light. One could roughly see that within the blue light was a blue book. That style was something Zhong Shou was really familiar with. He had seen it in his last life. It was the book of Ian Extreme Life. Zhong Shou's mind was instantly at a loss. Was this item really in Zhong Weiran's hands? That rumor was actually true. If the book in Zhong Weiran's hands was really that unique spiritual cultivation treasure book, then what was that ball of blue light within his soul? What kind of relationship do I have with this book? The depths of his soul ocean suddenly exploded. Where that ball of sapphire blue light was hiding, it suddenly started to twist and fluctuate. It continued to change, resonating with the book of Ian Extreme Life in Zhong Weiran's hands. Zhong Shou's soul also started to shake. Then, he realized in horror that his soul was actually dissipating. It wasn't dying of old age or being injured to death, the kind where his soul was destroyed. Instead, His own existence was being denied by a power in heaven and earth. Like he, Tan Qiu, shouldn't exist in this world. This power was extremely strong and suddenly happened. No matter what he did to resist, he was unable to stop it for even a moment. His consciousness slowly became blurry, only his physical body still existed in this world. Was he going to die here just like that? If that was really the case, then he would die for no reason. Speaking of his last life, after he obtained the Book of Extreme Life, it was the same. He came to the world 10,000 years ago in confusion. This life was really amusing. Zhong Shou noticed that at this moment, he could actually laugh out loud. He sighed in relief. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have come. He decided not to resist, just quietly waiting for the moment when he totally died. However, at this moment, the green-robed man opposite him finally moved. Oh! The moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be stars flashing in his eyes. He looked over. His eyes were filled with confusion. Then, his gaze focused, extremely sharp. You are Shou-er? Zhong Shou couldn't say a word. In his heart he was thinking, I am Tan Qiu, your Shou-er has been swallowed by me. For some reason, his heart was filled with warmth. On his frozen face, 2 streams of tears flowed down. Like he had waited for this voice and the person in front of him for a long time. This warmth made him really reluctant to part with it. It was the feeling of someone close to him. Something isn't right. Is it a takeover? Zhong Weiran frowned. His voice was filled with doubt, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just as Zhong Shoxin's heart jumped, that voice suddenly sunk down once more. This time it was a confirmation tone. No, you are Shou-er, there won't be any mistake. When those words were said, the power that caused Zhong Shou's soul to fly away. Suddenly it stopped. Only Zhong Shou's thoughts were becoming more and more difficult, pretty much unable to think. He knew that his existence was still being denied. Zhong Weiran was in deep thought, looking at the Book of Extreme Life in his hand. Why is it like that? The essence of the soul is the same. However, how can there be 2 Zhong Shou in this world? I, Zhong Weiran, can't give birth to 2 identical kids. Muttering to himself, who knows how long had passed. Zhong Weiran suddenly raised his head and looked right at Zhong Shou. That gaze seemed to be able to see through millions of void. It also pierced through Zhong Shou's soul, revealing all the mysteries within. Until the blue book in his hands caused space to shake once more. So that was the case. Is it the Book of Extreme Life? Zhong Weiran was enlightened, muttering in a daze. This world can't have 2 Book of Extreme Life. If one appears, then the other shouldn't exist. Another mocking laugh. Ah? So I, Zhong Weiran, am so tragic? I can't save Han Yan, I can't even protect my only kid. Zhong Shoxin's heart moved. Han Yan? That was the name of Zhong Weiran's wife? Thinking back to Gantian Mountain, that palace also had the name Han Yan. Zhong Shou's mother was surnamed Lu, the direct bloodline of the Lu family. Then it was Lu Hanyan. Who knows what Zhong Weiran thought about? His laughter was filled with sadness and self-mockery, also filled with hatred. What a Lingyun sect! They dared to do that? Zhong sure shouldn't have left such a problem. Brother Tiger and Brother Xianyuan are not bad. One wiped out your race. The other caused hundreds of thousands of troops to be buried. For me, Zhong Weiran, to have such a brother is my fortune. What maniac blood monster saint, 9-tailed fox king, just a pitiful and sad person who couldn't protect his wife. As he said that, Zhong Weiran's gaze turned to one of happiness, laughing softly. Shou-er, you are not bad. As expected of my, Zhong Weiran's, child. As long as the heavens give you a chance, you will be able to soar into the heavens. You have broken the barriers from heaven. In 3 years, you have unified Donglin. Good, well done. You should chase that Lingyun sect out of this continent. Sword Emperor Tan Qiu? After going through so many hardships to have such achievements, it has been tough on you. Hey, this virtual world 10,000 years in the future is really interesting. You only need to remember that you aren't Tanxiu, but my son Zong Shou. You need to break this mystery. He actually spoke about everything that Zong Shou had gone through, describing them one by one in great detail. With each sentence he said, Zong Shou felt that his existence was becoming more and more stable, his thoughts becoming more and more flexible. He still didn't understand, was he really Zong Shou? Why was Zong Weiran so sure? Even Long Ing was the same? Following which, Zong Weiran looked at the blue book in his hand. Shou, do you know the history and use of this book of Ian Extreme Life? He seemed to know that Zong Shou wouldn't be able to agree now. Zong Weiran explained. Legend has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, before this region of the world appeared, it already existed. Along with the other book of universe creation records, they were known as the two books of the universe. The universe book recorded the path of space, and within the book of Ian was time. Many spirit masters wished for it. That's true. This book of mine does indeed contain the profundities of time. However, have you ever wondered why these two books contain the words creation and fate? Zong Shou was startled when he heard that. Did these four words have other mysteries? As expected, Zong Weiran smiled. Within this book, there is not only a universe word, but also a life word. It is a treasure that can change fate. In the future, you need to use it well. He sighed slightly, filled with reluctance and also a bit of self-mockery. I really can't bear to give up a chance to become a saint in one step. Forget it. He casually waved his hand, and that blue book struck towards Zong Shou. Following which, it pierced through his mind into his mind palace. In that instance, Zong Shou felt his soul instantly return, once again controlling his body. He also suddenly comprehended that time could be split into the past, present and future. He was the future Zong Shou. That book of Ian Extreme Life was also the future book of Ian Extreme Life. However, in that instance, he returned to the present. Chapter 558. Central Cloud Continent, Imperial Capital City, a courtyard less than 10,000 feet away from the palace. A scholarly middle-aged man was deep in thought as he looked at the jade letter in his hand. There were words within, bits of information which he absorbed into his soul. Gantian, Zong Shou, Blood Cloud Cavalry? Who knew that such a strong person would appear in this world? Who knows if it is a blessing or a curse for my Sure family? Frowning, the middle-aged man's brows were filled with worry. He stood up and paced back and forth in the garden, deep in thought. When he sat down, he gave off a scholarly aura. However, when he stood up, his body was unusually tall, close to 10 feet, giving off a suppressive aura. Wearing the uniform of a first-grade military officer, he looked even more dignified and dignified. Thinking about it for a moment, the middle-aged man's heart shook as he looked behind him. Only to see a teen wearing green armor standing 100 feet behind him with a smile. He was around 17 to 18 years old. His face wasn't too handsome, but he gave off a heroic aura, looking like jade. There were dozens of scratches on the armor on his body. Who knows if it was because of the old scratches on the armor or because of other reasons. The middle-aged man was stunned, following which he scolded. Where did you go these few days? You finally know to come back today? The teen smiled, not bothering at all. First, he bowed towards the middle-aged man. Son greets father. Then, he walked to the side of the stone table and sat down, grabbing the fruits on it and starting to eat. Like he was really hungry, he ate one fruit at a time. The middle-aged general was helpless, walking to the side of the stone table. Looking at the teen in front of him, his eyes flashed with love. Then, he looked at the green armor. Dozens of white marks were half a foot deep. A few of them had totally pierced through the armor. The cuts were really smooth, obviously due to a lot of strength, making one feel shocked. The outer region is actually so dangerous? With his son's strength, he was actually heavily injured and on the verge of death. That is not the case. The teen called Shuriwa shook his head. I have drifted along the world river and been to dozens of worlds. The scenery there is different from our cloud world. Most of the worlds have no spiritual energy. Martial path and spiritual spells didn't appear, only the most basic fighting technique. Needless to say, what kind of expert can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? However, in some worlds the martial Tao was extremely prosperous. However, the cultivation techniques were somewhat different from the cloud world. What is funny is that there are a few worlds that have rumors of our cloud world. What kind of immortal realm is this? It is said that many years ago, as long as someone can reach the void-shattering realm, they can enter our cloud world. I've specially checked the ancient records over there, and it's only at the 7th level. How can he be called an immortal? What a joke. There was actually such a miraculous thing? However, during the ancient era, our cloud world's spiritual energy was so abundant that it was said to be the top of all worlds. There's nothing strange about it being called the immortal realm. The middle-aged general also shook his head slightly. Listening to this interesting news, he found it quite amusing. However, in the blink of an eye, his voice became serious. In that case, who was the one who injured you? Shuriwa looked at his chest when he heard that. Then, his tone was like he didn't care at all as he explained, I went to chase that Osamu Hara but was still shaken off. Coincidentally, I went to a world occupied by the Night Demon race. I had a huge battle with a captain of the Night Demon army. He stabbed me 3 times and I chopped off his head. Night Demon? The middle-aged general's hand instantly trembled slightly. He knew about the Night Demon race. During the Cloud Desolate era, they had once ravaged the cloud world. In the outer region, they were one of the overlords. It was said that the military system of the cloud world was copied from the Night Demon race. The captain led a unit. However, the soldiers of this unit were all grade 4 and above. They were similar to the Sciention martial cultivators and out-of-body spirit masters of the cloud world. The captain of a unit was at least half a step to the spirit realm. He was also an expert who had been through numerous bloody battles. He was different from the cultivators of the cloud world who lived like princes. If such a person was in front of him, he could kill him with one finger. However, if it was his son, he didn't know whether he should be worried or happy. That Night Demon race person's personality isn't good. If they can't beat one of them, they like to gang up and attack, not stopping until one of them dies. I was helpless and could only flee left and right during this year. 2 months ago, I plotted to kill a Night Demon commander, and only then was I able to leave safely. What was supposed to be an extremely dangerous matter was casually mentioned by the teen, not worth mentioning at all. The middle-aged general's brows furrowed slightly. A Night Demon race commander had to be at the spirit realm. Looking at the teen opposite him, he felt that not only did his eyes have more killing intent, even he couldn't see through the energy in his body. It was obvious that he had improved a lot during this year of being chased all around. Although he hadn't broken through to the spirit realm, he was just half a step away. His martial path intent had probably entered the soul realm. Feeling gratified in his heart, the middle-aged man smiled. There can't be a next time. I don't care, even if 1 or 2 of you die, I won't care. It's just that your mother has been worried about you all these days. Don't make her sad. Yes, I am unfilial and have made mother worry. Shiryua's expression was originally filled with disdain. However, when he heard the words of the middle-aged general, his expression turned serious, filled with respect. Oh right. 2 months ago, when I was about to return to the cloud world, I met a Lu family member. I once met people from the Lu clan. One of their deacons came to me specifically to inquire about information. He didn't ask about anything else, only asking about a person called Zhong Weiran. Unfortunately, I only heard that he built a city called Gantian Mountain in Donglin. I don't know anything else. Lu family? The one who is in charge of 800 worlds? Who else can it be? Naturally, it is the sky-burning Lu family. The middle-aged man leaned back slightly, his eyes squinting. He had long heard that Zhong Weiran of Donglin Cloud Continent had a relationship with a direct bloodline girl of the Lu family. Looking at it now, this rumor wasn't baseless. Then the current monster king of Gantian Mountain also had the bloodline of the Lu family. This matter was really interesting. A few days ago, I met people from the Eight-Tail Shui family. They were hiding in the outside world like they were planning something. I didn't bother about them, however. Those ancient monster race emperor race people should have heard the news and returned to the cloud world. It seems like the day of chaos isn't far away. As he said that, Shuriwei was slightly curious. I remember before I left, didn't Juyu challenge the sex to train his sword path? What was the outcome? This person is known as the Three-Pinnacle Sword, and is said to be only a little weaker than Osamu Hara. I am also curious if this person can challenge all the sections. At this time, he should have already found the 5 shrines? 3 months ago, this person lost to Tsang Xingdao and Tan Qiu. A casual sentence caused Shuyue's eyes to open wide in shock. He didn't expect Jueyu to lose. Moreover, he lost to someone he didn't know was safe. Who was this Tan Qiu? I heard that the battle was really exciting. Some people said that it was the most exciting sword battle in the cloud world in these 3,000 years, and the images spread throughout the cloud world. This Tan Qiu formed his soul body when he was grade 7. He used his soul body to fight Juyu, and in the end, after 16,000 swords, he defeated Juyu. Your second brother personally went to take a look. If you are curious, you can ask him. Shuryu chuckled. What a bunch of talents. The most exciting sword battle in the past 3,000 years. I have to take a look at this battle. Father, did Juyu go to the other shrines? The general shook his head. Not yet. I heard that after this battle, Juyu went into secluded meditation. Shuriwei was startled, following which he sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, the 10,000 sword vast sword sect has sword Prince Juyu and also a grade 6 Tai Chi who merged spirit and martial arts. 10,000 Buddha vast habitat also has an amazing little monk. Not to mention Dowling vast habitat and Sky Demon vast habitat. It is said that there are 3 who can merge spirit and martial arts. I have always been curious about these people. Isn't Juyu afraid that others will say that he is afraid? The general smiled and didn't speak. During this period of time, there were indeed such rumors. They said that Juyu was afraid of the spirit and martial arts merger technique, and was afraid of those few people, which was why he stopped when he was ahead. However, at this moment, he didn't care and was too lazy to comment. At this moment, Shuriwei focused on the jade letter on the stone table. He didn't hesitate to take it, reaching in with his spiritual sense. Forget it. I am not like Osamu Hara, who dared to charge into our Taishang camp and kill tens of generals just to test his sword. This Zhong show is really amazing. Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect was actually wiped out by him. Blood Cloud Cavalry, Sword Intense Soul Realm, Spirit and Martial Arts Merger? If we have similar elite troops, I am confident that I can win. However, unless I have no choice, I don't want to fight with such a person. The few sword experts of the same generation in the cloud world will probably see him as their leader. Oh right, isn't Zhong Weiran's son someone that the Lu family cares about? A solemn expression flashed across his eyes, following which he asked, Father has always been worried. Is it because of this person? This person is indeed not ordinary, Cloud World 6 Pinnacle Sword. With this Zhong show at the top, there is no doubt about it. That Gantian Mountain has already unified Donglin Cloud Continent. They have 4,000 blood cavalry, and also Long Ying protecting them. Even our Taishang can't casually offend them. As he said that, the middle-aged general broke out into a laugh, his eyes filled with worry. Although this Gantian mountain is strong, it is tens of thousands of miles away. It doesn't have much to do with our central continent and our Sher family. What your father is worried about is our Taishang dynasty. Our Sher family looks really strong, but we are at the heart of the storm. If we are not careful, we will be wiped out. Your father is walking on thin ice every day. How did that happen? Shiryue's eyes were filled with confusion. Our Sher family and the country are together, we advance and retreat together, we are loyal. We have been loyal for hundreds of years, and have gained the trust of our Taishang emperors. Although we aren't strong, we have military power. Within our territory we can be considered prosperous. Is there someone in the dynasty plotting against our Sher family? The middle-aged general scoffed. Do you know about the God Emperor? Chapter 559. God Emperor? Shiryue was distracted for a moment, following which he broke into a laugh. 10,000 years ago, legends said that he could unify the cloud world and conquer tens of thousands of worlds. However, there are actually people who believe such nonsense? In this world, who can truly predict the future? You don't believe it, but you can't make others believe you. That middle-aged general sighed. Moreover, since those words came from that person, then it might not be nonsense. After all, many of his words have come true. Shiryue was stunned once more, following which he nodded his head. I was wrong. However, what does this matter have to do with my Sher family? The middle-aged man didn't answer his question. Do you know that half a month ago, His Majesty removed Feng Yu's position? From an upper second-grade general to a lower second-grade military governor? I just returned, how would I know? Shiryue frowned and thought about it. Feng family? Is it because of Tai Chi? Is it because His Majesty suspects that Tai Chi is the future God Emperor? His Majesty's decree said that Feng Yu didn't fight well in the north, such that he didn't win or lose in the numerous battles with the northern barbarians. This could be considered a wise move. However, His Majesty might have such intentions. You and I both know how strong the northern barbarians are. Feng Yu is a famous general who has fought hundreds of battles. With less than 1 million troops in a province, he was able to go up against a land 3 times their size. To be able to not win or lose is already not easy. The middle-aged general's reply was really vague, following which his tone changed and was filled with helplessness. His Majesty has always been wise. Who knows why he made such a mistake this time? I am just feeling sad for the death of the rabbit. I am also worried. After all, compared to the Feng family, our Sher family has more ability and can replace this Taishang. The 3 of you, apart from you. You are all above your positions. You are all titled governor-generals and have hundreds of thousands of elite troops. I, Shi Qianli, even gave birth to such a monster like you. Shiryue didn't care about the last sentence, his expression turning serious. Father is worried that I am more like the future God Emperor than that Tai Chi? Even if I am not, I will be one of the candidates? Shi Qianli didn't speak, but his expression was one of silent agreement. Shiryu chuckled and said proudly, If that's the case, then I am indeed stronger than that Tai Chi. I don't know if I should be happy to receive such high expectations from Father. As far as I know, that is the divine emperor mentioned in the ancient prophecy. He must be of the orthodox lineage of the human race. He must be a descendant of a noble family. Furthermore, he must be extremely powerful in martial arts and invincible in all directions. This Tai Chi was too ostentatious. The Feng family had brought this upon themselves. However, with the protection of the Kenzo sect, His Majesty would not dare to go overboard. However, among the major Taishang families, the Shi and Feng families aren't the only ones with outstanding descendants. I think the other places are all terrified. Shi Qianli nodded slightly, his eyes becoming increasingly gratified as he said helplessly, That is indeed the case. My colleagues are now much more careful when they speak normally. At this moment, His Majesty was known for his benevolence. However, at the beginning of his ascension to the throne, his methods were ruthless. Even now, people were still afraid of him. They were all afraid of making His Majesty suspicious and jealous. I guess that was the case too. The spiritual wave is about to arrive and the Taishang court is showing signs of chaos. His Majesty is starting to get anxious. Sure, you squinted his eyes, a weird glow flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, Father, what are you prepared to do? Father, please tell me the truth. Shi Qianli looked deeply at the teen opposite him. Then, he said expressionlessly, our Shi family has been greatly helped by the royal family. We can't go back on our words. If His Majesty can trust me, then our Shi family will be loyal to the Taishang. If he can't, then we will make other plans. Anyways, if we can protect this Taishang, then we will. If we can't, then we will replace it. Shi Yu smiled silently. He stood up and bowed towards Shi Qianli once more. Father is wise. Since that is the case, please send an elite army to conquer the other world. Shi Qianli was startled. This time, his face was filled with shock. At this moment, Shi Yu stood up and smiled as he explained, Father, are you surprised? However, I have been thinking, why can the alien races invade our cloud world, but we can't fight them out? At this moment, it is different from the cloud desolate era. At that time, the cloud world's martial path and spiritual techniques were weak. However, at the end of the cloud desolate era, there were several end realm experts. 10,000 years of rest and the cloud world's essence energy has recovered. Wasn't there a prophecy in the ancient times? That God Emperor is the head of 1,000,000 worlds. He will definitely attack the other worlds. Since that is the case, then why don't I, Shi Yu, be the first to conquer the outer region? Coincidentally, when I was traveling the outside world, I noticed a world. Although it is barren, it has no owner. If we can obtain it, we can at least double the income of our Shi family every year. We can also use it to raise an army. Shi Qianli was stunned. No matter how much experience he had in his life, he was frightened by Shi Yu's words. However, in the end, he was the head of a family, one of the most powerful people in the cloud world. In just a moment, he calmed down. Why did you suddenly think about this? How confident are you? Father, this Taishang dynasty probably can't accept such a big fish like me. I also don't want to be idle, so I can only head to the outer region to fight. Shi Yu smiled and clenched his fists. He was really confident. The spiritual wave is about to rise. Some cracks in the cloud world have already opened up. I have a spiritual river that leads to the outer region and 7 ships that can transport 100,000 people. I just need to find a celestial realm cultivator to break open the world barrier. That world has less than 3 million cultivators. I just need 10,000 people towns to occupy it. It is also really secluded, and I don't need to be afraid of others noticing. Really? Shi Qianli's eyes lit up, but it disappeared instantly. Let's talk about this in a few days. I need to think about it carefully. At this moment, the Shi family can't advance or retreat. Why not place their focus on the outer region? However, such a thing is the first in the clear cloud world, and we have to be really careful. Being careful definitely won't go wrong. Within the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, Zhong Shou sat in the air. His eyes were like when he looked at the book of Ian Extreme Life, unfocused and unfocused. However, it wasn't because of his identity and his background. It was because he was at a loss for this universe. The moment Zhong Weiran tossed the blue book into his soul ocean, Zhong Shou understood everything. He was really Zhong Shou, so naturally he was Tanqiu. Zhong Weiran was smiling at the side, caressing his head like when he was young. Zhong Shou was speechless. No matter what, he was someone who was about to reach his 50s. Adding together, he was 50 years old and wasn't a kid anymore. Although you are my father, Such a thing is just too much. He had to fight back. He was the monster king of a region. If people saw this, where would his face go? He wanted to struggle, the muscles of his limbs were all tight. However, he couldn't break free. Zhong Weiran stood at the side. He didn't seem to do anything, but he suppressed him such that he couldn't move at all. He could only allow his father to caress his head. He felt really awkward in his heart, but he only felt a warmth like a small spring flowing in his chest. It made him really reluctant to part with it, like he had someone to rely on. So in this world, he still had family. Zhong Shou's eyes felt warm, tears nearly flowing down. 10 over years since his mother died in the last life, he had been living like this. From the beginning to the end, he was all alone, and he faced everything by himself. He couldn't help but scold himself for not living up to expectations. Wasn't it just one more father? Was there a need to be so emotional? He should be sad and depressed. In this world, he wasn't free and unrestrained anymore. I didn't expect that Zhong would recover the Blood Cloud Cavalry and have Long Ying as a master and Ao Kuan as a friend. Gantian Mountain is so strong, in just a few months, they will be able to unify the Cloud Continent. In the Cloud world, no one can stop them. It is much better than I thought. Zhong Shou opened his mouth and realized that he could speak. He said listlessly, "After you return, I will return the Monster King position to you." He was still unable to say the word father out of his mouth. Anyway, this Gantian Mountain wasn't his goal, but the sword path. However, because of the stubbornness of the other Zhong Shou, which was why he put in so much effort, to be able to toss aside this burden was for the best. However, who knows how this Zhong Weiran trained these few years? How did he step into the celestial realm in a short few years? Was it because of the Book of Ian Extreme Life? Oh, today this book was already his. In 2 years, if this Zhong Weiran dared to do this again, he wouldn't let it go. Zhong Weiran smiled calmly, not bothering about the disrespect in Zhong Shou's words. The sky-burning Lu family said that they occupy 800 worlds, but that was 1,000 years ago. The Lu family has always been fighting with the alien races of the various worlds. Now, they might be stronger, or they might be declining. Such a huge thing, I definitely want to fight it, but I can't think of a way to defeat it. Speaking on his own, Zhong Weiran said leisurely, "So I wanted to start from the King Path secret technique, first unifying Donglin and then fighting the other worlds. Maybe one day before I die, the Lu family can send Hanyan back to my side. However, after getting the Book of Ian, I chose another path." As he said that, Zhong Weiran waved his sleeves. Zhong Shou's pupils constricted. There didn't seem to be any changes around, but Zhong Shou could feel that the flow of time here had slowed by tens of times. If he fought with others, just using this technique, he could sweep people of the same grade. His combat strength might even exceed his own realm. If I continue, even if it is the Lu family, I might have the ability to fight them. Smiling, when Zhong Weiran's words landed, the flow of time around returned to normal. I wanted to use the power of the Book of Ian to charge to the Saint Realm within a few years. Now I have no choice but to leave this world. However, I can't give up on the foundations of Gantian Mountain. So Shou, why don't you try to become the God Emperor? Chapter 560. God Emperor? Zhong Shou was startled, following which he laughed coldly and didn't reply. He thought to himself that during this period of time, those few people should have started to rise up. Especially that fated person, the main character of this region. Not long later, he would show his talent. After experiencing those tens of years in the virtual world, he was really clear about the cruelty of this battle. He wasn't afraid of those few people. People who cultivated lacked respect and fear. Even the millions of world masters in the future dared to fight for it. Although the rumors said that the God Emperor came from the Central Cloud Continent and was born in the human race, he could change his fate. However, since his fate could be changed, then he might be able to fight for the position of God Emperor. However, his heart wasn't here and he wasn't willing to waste effort on this. You can force yourself to do it. Zhong Weiran seemed to have seen through his thoughts, sighing slightly. Treat it as your mother. The strength of the Liu family is far beyond your imagination. Even the current me is like a small pawn in their eyes. Even a saint realm might not be able to change their minds. The only way is to totally crush the Liu family and shatter the 800 worlds. Zhong Shaoxin's heart jumped, his pupils constricting. Mother? Liu Hanyan, scenes from when he was young appeared in his mind one by one. It wasn't Tanxiu but Zhong Shou. He didn't have any memories of Liu Hanyan. He also didn't know what his mother looked like. At that time, he envied others for having a mother to love them. However, it was said that his clothes were personally made by his mother and left in the Hanyan palace until he was 8. It was like before he was born, she knew that he couldn't stay in the cloud world. Then, during that period of time, she would personally cut and sew each piece for him. Although he didn't meet her, he could feel that she really valued him and loved him deeply. However, didn't his mother say that she was taken away by the Liu family? Why would Zhong Weiran say that? In his imagination, as long as Zhong Weiran was able to display strength worthy of being a direct bloodline disciple of the Liu family, this matter could be easily solved. Could it be that there was something else he didn't know about? Looking over with a questioning gaze, only to see Zhong Weiran laugh self-mockingly, you should know about this matter now. Back then, the Liu clan said that your mother had committed a grave mistake by marrying an outsider, so they viewed her as a sinner. Actually, I, Zhong Weiran, should have died 20 years ago in the hands of the Liu family. However, it was your mother who shouldered the burden and was willing to accept the cruel punishment of the clan. This clan's rules are very strict. I don't think they will break the rules just for me. This kind of 10,000-year-old clan is most afraid of breaking the rules. They can't put down their face. Zhong Shou silently looked at the sky, but his brows were tightly knitted. In other words, the only way was to destroy the sky-burning Liu clan that controlled the 800 worlds, crush their arrogance before talking to them. Zhong Shou struggled for a while between the pinnacle of swordsmanship and kinship. Then, he made his decision. I'll do my best. In the future, in a world that focused on spiritual cultivation, there was a sentence that left a deep impression on Zhong Shou. In this world, there were no unfilial celestials. In the eyes of true cultivators, that was just nonsense. However, Zhong Shou agreed with those words. Speaking of which, he couldn't be considered a pure swordsman. Some people could give up everything for the sword path and not care about kinship. For example, Li Yaling, who killed his wife and mother, he had nothing to worry about. However, he couldn't do that. Now, he had too many burdens in his heart. There were many people and many things that he couldn't let go of. Zhong Shou had his own path. He saw these things and these people as his own cultivation. If he learned to give up, he would lack one thing. If he didn't try his best, then he wouldn't be complete. This was also the foundation of Zhong Shou's sword heart, speaking of which, before Old Man Longing left, he had mentioned this before. The world was so huge that it couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. Did he predict this matter? Actually, he knew that his thoughts before were too naive. He, Zhong Shou, still had to compete with those few people. Seeing him nod his head, Zhong Weiran smiled in satisfaction. Just try your best. If you really can't, then there's no need to force yourself. Try to protect yourself and retreat from the cloud world. As he said that, his voice became filled with melancholy. Father has to leave. With those few world protector venerables here, and without the Book of Ian protecting, I won't be able to stay in this world for long. If those few people sense me, they will most probably find out where the Book of Ian is at. In the future, you need to be careful. Before you reach the God realm, don't come and find me. Just treat it as if you have never seen me before in this oblivion cloud ocean. Zhong Shou's brow rose up coldly. He thought back to those few people whose voices he had heard but never seen before. During the mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect battle, Song Xingdao used his strength to set up a plan. It should have caused a venerable to die on the spot. In a short time they would be well behaved. However, if it was for the Book of Ian, those 5 people would most probably go all out. Unless they reached the God realm and had the ability to protect themselves. Then, where are you going? Is there anything I can help you with? Although he asked, Zhong Shou definitely wouldn't admit that in his heart, he was actually worried about this fellow. When Zhong Weiran heard that, he smiled from the bottom of his heart, extremely happy. Before your mother left, she told me of a place that might be beneficial to me and help my cultivation increase. Now that I can't use the Book of Ian to enter the Saint Realm, I can only head there to search for opportunities. If I get anything, then I will go and find the Liu family. Don't worry, if it was 2 years ago, I would have a 90% chance of dying there. But now, with my ability, it isn't difficult to escape. Zhong Shou felt slightly more at ease when he heard that. That was true. With Zhong Weiran's current ability, it was true. He grasped a portion of time laws. In this world, there were very few people who could do anything to him. Zhong Weiran saw that his face was filled with relief. It was obvious that he didn't have any more doubts. He smiled and patted Zhong Shou's head, retracting his spiritual sense. Then, he took a step forwards, tearing open the void in this land of magnetic chaos. Zhong Shou felt that his limbs could move and he quickly stood up. Just now, his entire body was restricted and he couldn't move at all. It was really unbearable. Looking at Zhong Weiran's disappearing back view, Zhong Shou's eyes flashed with reluctance and hesitation. In the end, before Zhong Weiran left, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why did you want me to destroy my own cultivation? At that time, you should have had the ability to go up against the Liu family. A Saint Realm expert who grasped the past, present, and future should be invincible. However, because of me, you dropped 4 grades and actually died. You are really dumb. It was just a son who died, he could just have another one. Why did he need to go through so much trouble?" Zhong Weiran's body paused, like he was thinking for a long time before he shook his head and smiled. Who knows what I haven't experienced? Or maybe I was really crazy at that time. Or maybe I felt that I didn't have the face to meet your mother. I couldn't protect my wife and couldn't protect my son. My life is really pitiful. As for saying that I was invincible at that time, that was a little too much. Using external help to become a Saint Realm expert could be done quickly. However, to advance in the future would be really tough. This matter might not be a problem for me. After saying this, he didn't hesitate and stepped into the space crack. Zhong Shou was silent and stood on the spot. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Until Zhong Weiran left, he wasn't able to call out the word father. Sighing, Zhong Shou smacked his own head as a form of punishment. Then, he stepped forwards and left this space. Actually, since Zhong Weiran left, this place couldn't be maintained anymore. It was twisted by the magnetic force and was on the verge of collapsing. Zhong Shou wasn't willing to stay here any longer. He also knew that Zhong Weiran's words weren't just to scare him. He knew that although those Saint Realm cultivators couldn't predict the future, their senses were really sensitive. Even if there was a slight flaw, it could allow those Saint Realm venerables to deduce the truth. Far away from the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, just as he stepped outside, Zhong Shou could feel a vast spiritual sense sweep over and cover his entire body. It was really hidden. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou's martial path intent entering the Soul Realm, he wouldn't have noticed it. He paid special attention and was unable to notice it. However, the range was limited to 30 feet around him. The spiritual sense swept his body and seemed to be afraid of something, retreating like a wave and not coming into contact with him. Zhong Shoxin laughed coldly, acting like he didn't notice anything. He continued to act like he was searching around in the oblivion cloud ocean. Until 3 days later, he didn't notice anything. Only then did he walk out of the cloud ocean in disappointment. At this moment, he wasn't sure whether or not that person's spiritual sense had left. He acted like he didn't notice anything and headed west. He flew swiftly in the sky for a full day before that abnormal sense of danger retreated. Only when his soul power was used up did he choose a beautiful mountain peak to land on. While recovering his soul power, Zhong Shou entered that meditation state. Like he was sleeping but not sleeping, like a dream but not a dream. Then, his mind suddenly expanded. Just like that, Zhong Shou formed his body in the void of his heart and stepped within. In just a moment, he was close to that ball of blue light. Thinking back to a few years ago, he had drunk wine here with another him. Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with melancholy. At that time, he didn't think that the two of them were one. Following which, he looked towards that ball of blue light. After muttering a sentence, Zhong Shou stepped in front of that ball of light. In the past, when he came here, he tried to study this thing. However, he was rejected, unable to enter at all. However, today there was a suction force, such that before Zhong Shou was able to do anything, he was swallowed in. Stepping in, Zhong Shou looked in front of him. This huge book in his soul ocean seemed to be in a daze as he reached out with his hand. This is the extreme era of eternity. Chapter 561. This is Book of Ian Extreme Life? On the cover of the book were the words Book of Ian Extreme Life. Zhong Shou used his hand to touch it. This body was formed by his mind and didn't have a physical body. However, the moment he touched it, he still felt a cold intent spread out from the book. Large amounts of information charged into his brain, causing Zhong Shou to feel dizzy. It felt really mysterious, like that time on the world viewing platform when he saw a world open. Who knows how long passed before Zhong Shou got used to it. Then, his eyes were filled with shock and joy. What surprised him was that this book was really thorough in its interpretation of time. Even though at this moment, what he came into contact with was just the most shallow parts. It was really detailed and involved all laws. The universe had 4 dimensions, and this time dimension was like a line that ran from the beginning to the end. It had something to do with all the Daos and all the laws. However, at this moment, the information that was injected into his soul ocean was enough for him to digest in a few years or even decade. Now that he thought about it carefully, there were already too many things piled up in his memory. The core of the beginning, the black and white holes, and also this Book of Ian. His soul was already suffering from indigestion. There were some theories within that he wouldn't be able to understand even 100 years later. However, in his heart, he was still unwilling to stop here. He still wanted to continue reading. He was excited and instinctively wanted to chase the Tao. He reached out and wanted to flip open the next page. However, Zhong Shou only felt a strong resistance spread out from the fingertips of this body. Frowning slightly, Zhong Shou used strength. He would definitely be able to flip open this page. More and more information surged into his mind, and it was constantly changing. On the page of the Book of Ian Extreme Life, there seemed to be a lock added, like a spiritual formation. It contained numerous time laws which intersected with one another. However, when Zhong Shou broke them one by one, the page finally opened. Inside was a blank piece of paper without a single word written on it. However, Zhong Shoushin's mind went blank again. More seal characters, talisman scripts, and spiritual runes were forcibly imprinted into his sea of consciousness. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he forcefully imprinted it on him. Time passed. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours. It wasn't until there was an explosion in Zhong Shou's mind did his consciousness awaken. He looked at the Book of Ian in front of him and was filled with respect. There were a total of 9 pages in the Book of Ian. It should correspond to the 9 realms of body, earth, heaven, spirit, immortal, God, saint, absolute, and truth. With his cultivation base, he should be able to see the 3rd page, the page that belonged to the heaven realm. However, Zhong Shou did not dare to continue reading. This top Tao scripture, in terms of its essence, should be the same as the world-viewing platform. Just opening this page consumed at least 20 years of his lifespan. He didn't have much lifespan left. When the 2nd page was opened, it would be the day he died. However, just this first page was enough for him. With a thought, a fluctuation spread out from his soul ocean. Between the black and white holes, the Ian word gave off a bright golden glow and started to change its structure. It continued to give off spiritual light and rise in height. A giant Ian word stood at the top of all the other talismans. As for the other luck character, it suddenly changed and also flashed with traces of golden light. Fate, 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 and luck were all connected. Within the Book of Ian, apart from the mysteries of time, there was also a life word. It was different from luck, but it was enough for Zhong Shou to raise the luck word. When these 2 talismans were formed, Zhong Shou's spiritual energy was swiftly expanding. It caused his soul to continue to swell. His soul was also improving. It was originally pure to the extreme, but at this moment it was even more condensed and pure. This step had allowed him to step into grade 9. It was the true image realm, peak of cloud realm, the extreme of heaven realm. Zhong Shou smiled. With this advancement, he gained 100 to 200 years of lifespan. At least he didn't have to worry about dying within 10 years. Only then did he dare to flip open the 2nd and 3rd pages. It was the same as when he looked at the 1st page, but the time he used was much longer. Zhong Shou didn't think he could understand. He just tried his best to memorize it. When Zhong Shou regained consciousness once more, he was shocked. This uninhabited mountain peak had already experienced a full 10 days. Looking at the blue book of Ian Extreme Life in front of him, Zhong Shoxin really couldn't imagine how Zhong Weiran comprehended all of this in 2 years and charged to the celestial realm level. Oh! His heart suddenly moved. Zhong Shou once again used his spiritual sense to investigate. He only felt that within the book, there was a ball of extremely thick time spiritual energy that was not there at all. If it surged outside, it would be really majestic, able to cover at least 1/10 of Donglin Cloud continent. However, it was gathered within this book. It was condensed into a ball, unable to be noticed. When he used his spiritual sense to touch it, he felt that the time flow around this book became really weird. So that's the case? Zhong Shou thought about it seriously before comprehending. He also finally understood why Zhong Weiran was able to step into the celestial realm within 2 years. It wasn't 2 years, but hundreds of years, even thousands of years. As long as one had enough spiritual energy, this item could greatly distort time. As expected from a god artifact, these 10,000 years of accumulation caused the time spiritual energy gathered within the book to be extremely abundant. It caused Zhong Weiran to enter the celestial realm in 2 years. Even a few years later, he would step into the god realm, saint realm, condensing thousands of years of time into 2 years. This book of Ian Extreme Life wasn't just a Taoist book that recorded time. It was also a god artifact. If not, how could it change Zhong Shou's fate? However, although this item was good in his hands, it could only be treated as a slightly special spiritual technique manual. That was because the spiritual energy gathered within the book had been used up. Only this little bit was left to maintain the most basic spiritual energy of the book. Bringing his soul to transmigrate to this era wasn't an easy matter. The merger just now also consumed the Book of Ian in Zhong Weiran's hands that belonged to the present. Simply put, the book in his hands was now an empty shell. Zhong Shou couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he didn't need to think about reaching the heavens in one step. Following this, a thought occurred to him, and he reached out into the air, grabbing 10 spirit stones in the process. They were all pure blue in color and were time element grade 9 mind stones. Out of beasts there were very few that could grasp time ability. There weren't many god beasts in the cloud desolate era. Naturally, there were very few such beast crystals. Only mind stone mines produced some. However, the chances were really low. Their price was usually 10 times that of same grade mind stones. If he had 2 of the few in his hands, he could exchange for a Xian grade 1 mind stone. Items of heaven and earth were all within heaven, earth, Xian and Huang grades. In the cloud world, all the spiritual stone veins were only of the most ordinary yellow grade. In the eyes of those spirit realm and celestial realm cultivators, they were all trash that couldn't be used. Only time and space special mind stones were the most precious. At this moment, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to crush it. Instantly, a pure time spirit surged out. As expected, it was absorbed by the Book of Ian without any hesitation. Zhong Shou could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within the book had increased by a little. He moved the book to slow down the flow of time around him. He meditated, forgetting himself while waiting quietly. It could be an instant or it could be days. When Zhong Shou felt that this book of Ian extreme life couldn't continue, he opened his eyes. He looked at the sky, judging the time from the stars. Then, his eyes were filled with bitterness. Only 3 days had passed. 3 days of time gathered in 15 minutes. The spiritual energy provided by the 10 grade 9 mind stones were all used up. This meant that even if he threw in all his wealth, he could only slow down the time by 50 days. How much use would 50 days be to him at this moment? Unless he had more sapphire mind stones. Samuraim's eyes shone. Near Gantian Mountain, there were 2 large mind stone mines that were about to form. In the entire Donglin Cloud continent, he knew about many mind stone mines that were about to appear. One of them was even top grade. However, this was far from enough. It was impossible to snatch food from the mouths of the Taishang and the various sects in the central continent. The other few cloud continents were too far away. The ones in control there were also shrines and sections. The only way was the outer region. Did he really have to conquer other worlds? If he had enough mind stones, he could use this Book of Ian to search for the pinnacle of the martial path. Just as he thought about that, Zhong Shou was astonished. Why would he have such thoughts? Conquer the outer region? How ambitious! Then, he broke out into a laugh. As expected, he would do anything for his own goals. In the past, he felt that Gantian Mountain was a burden, so he wanted to get rid of it. At this moment, he felt that the power in his hands could help him reach the pinnacle of the sword path, so he was thinking about how to use it. Lazy to think about it, Zhong Shou stood up. He stretched out his hand and beckoned. A faint dragon roar rang out in the air. Nearby, a total of 6 10,000 feet long spirit veins were drawn over by him. They were split into yin and yang, gathering lightning. These were the 6 heaven veins. Pretty much at the same time, they surged into his body and were forcefully absorbed into his meridians, starting to circulate. In just a moment, he had already tamed and refined them, carving Zhong Shou's mark. Zhong Shou's martial path intent had reached the soul realm. The barrier between grade 7 and grade 8 didn't exist to him. At this moment, he had absorbed the essence energy of Shun Shao to wash his meridians. In just 10 days, he had already stabilized. His body was strong and stable. Stepping into the 8th stage of the martial way with internal breath was naturally a matter of course, and it was that simple to begin with. Chapter 562. The energy in Zhong Shou's body shook, lasting for tens of breaths before it stopped. Pretty much every breath he took would cause the spiritual energy within 1,000 feet to shake. Such a situation continued until Zhong Shou was able to control every bit of internal energy and spiritual energy in his chakra meridians before it stopped. He felt slightly weird. Such a strong feeling was something he had never felt in his last life. From today onwards, he had totally stepped out of the Tan Qiu in his last life, exceeding his achievements at that time. However, his improvement was still too quick. In just a few months, he had advanced to such a realm. He could feel that his control over his body was far from before. Out of 100% of his strength, he could probably only use 40% of it. Moreover, it was still like a lone yin couldn't grow and a lone yang couldn't be born. He could feel that the world-shocking yin and yang true energy in his body was a little unstable. At this moment, he was still fine. However, after he entered the 9th grade, if he didn't solve this problem, he wouldn't be able to take another step forward. As expected, he had to get married as soon as possible. Thinking about Xianyuan Iran, Zhong Shou couldn't help but touch his chin and give out a lewd laugh, following which he sensed something and exclaimed, "Oh, you little fellow, you've actually woken up." His eyes were focused on his left arm. At this moment, little gold was also causing waves of energy to move. It caused numerous lightning glows to gather all around. It was actually a grade 9 in one step, borrowing the power of the true celestial realm level Wanxiang beast pellet. At this moment, it was already on the verge of breaking through to the spirit realm. However, it was forcefully suppressing itself and not stepping over that boundary. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with joy. He temporarily dispelled his thoughts of leaving. He took out tens of mind stones and tossed them in all directions, forming a simple spiritual formation. On one hand, it suppressed the spiritual energy tremors, on the other hand, it blocked all the demons and monsters that came over after hearing the news. Little Gold's current situation was different from when he had advanced naturally and had energy to spare. In addition to absorbing the essence of the all-creation's crystal core and digesting the profound qi, this little guy also had to forcefully suppress himself so that he couldn't cross that boundary. He probably didn't have much strength left to defend against these evil demons. Naturally, he, as the master, had to take care of these matters. They sat there quietly, protecting him. About 3 days later, the lightning that had gathered between heaven and earth finally dissipated. At this moment, Xiao Jin's body had turned completely golden. It was sliding down his arm and falling. Zhong Shou probed with his spiritual senses, and the corners of his lips curled up. This little gold might not be very smart, but it already knew how to make a choice. This time he didn't hesitate to give up on the chance to enter the spirit realm and instead chose to consolidate his strength. Using a portion of Shun Zhao's essence, he digested and swallowed the crystal core. Then, he used the power of the crystal cores to temper his body. At this moment, little gold looked like a soft ball, but its physical strength was actually several times stronger than his. He saw this fellow's body change, and not long later, it formed the appearance of a little rabbit. Apart from the color of its body, it was extremely similar to a fire feather rabbit that grew in the south of Donglin. Zhong Shou blinked, recalling that he had given it the beast crystal of such a fire feather rabbit before. However, these changes were just the start. In just a moment, its body twisted once more and its wings spread out. It swelled several times and flew in the air, circling around Zhong Shou's body. Looking at its appearance, it was a red-winged spiritual rock. Its body was wrapped in a fire glow, and it was actually able to grasp 80 to 90% of the abilities of such a being. In a short 15 minutes, Zhong Shou saw little gold change into tens of living beings. The birds and beasts in the cloud world were all extremely similar, not a single millimeter off. Even those top grade 9 beasts could mimic close to 80% of their strength. However, if it was god beast level, then it was only 70%. At this moment, little gold could be considered a true Wanxiang, the seed of a god beast. Only now, its bloodline wasn't pure enough. In the end, it formed into a dragon shape, 1,000 feet long, looking really majestic. Numerous lightning bolts spread out, covering 10 miles of land. Its body had wings, and it looked exactly like his lightning-winged dragon. Be it ability or form, it was really similar. Even that dragon aura could be replicated perfectly. It was also a grade 9 level that the lightning-winged dragon hadn't reached. Zhong Shou's eyes constricted slightly. He knew that this fellow had swallowed a lot of dragon blood and spent every day with the lightning-winged dragon. To be able to replicate the shape of the lightning-winged dragon wasn't surprising. What was rare was that the entire dragon body was close to perfect. The similarity was above 90%. Even the pterosaur lurking on his arm was bewitched. Like it was surprised that it met one of its kind, it came out from his arm and wanted to play with Little Gold. Unfortunately, the latter didn't care and wasn't interested in playing with it. The dragon body changed once more, shaking slightly before it shrunk back to the size of 2 palms. This time, 6 pairs of wings spread out, its body was burning with a pure white flame. His body seemed to be in the shape of a human, and 2 pairs of intimidating blade-like arms stretched out. It looked exactly like the Saint Fire Ant Queen Hanshi. However, the color of its shell was pure gold. The dangerous aura wasn't any lower. Zhong Shou's sleeves shook once more. A silver light pierced out and stopped in front of Little Gold. It looked similar, it was Hanshi. There was no expression on its face, its eyes were still calm. At this moment, Zhong Shou could roughly sense that the mood of the Saint Fire Ant Queen was really bad. Its killing intent was high, it stared at Little Gold with a threatening intent. The latter's intelligence was already open and it could sense something. However, he narrowed his eyes and waved his right saber arm in a provocative manner. Hanshi couldn't take it anymore, not bothering about Zhong Shou's spiritual sense suppression. Its body turned into a light as it pounced over. The gold and silver colors also instantly turned into blurry shadows. They constantly collided within this 1,000 feet space, circling and trembling as they collided. One couldn't see its body, only numerous sparks flashing. Its speed far exceeded that of a normal grade 9 martial cultivator. At the start, Zhong Shou tried to suppress it, but in the end, he noticed that not only was Hanshi furious, but even Little Gold was also filled with fighting intent. He was too lazy to waste any effort, quietly looking on from the side. The more he saw, the happier he felt. Maybe it was because since he started cultivating as Zhong Shou, he had been by his side. During the intense battle, this little fellow was actually able to use a portion of his sword intent. This intense battle only lasted for 15 minutes before it came to an end. A gold and a silver light both hung in the air. Only to see Little Gold's arm blade stop at the center of Hanshi's brow. It stabbed into its pinch, coincidentally piercing through the armor and not injuring it to such an extent. The latter's aura was unusually cold. Its expression was like a piece of ice that couldn't be melted. Beneath this ice there was burning magma flowing. Little Gold didn't care, its eyes filled with disdain, looking towards Hanshi with a threatening gaze before keeping its arm blade. It then flapped its wings and returned to the front of Zhong Shou, turning into a soft ball and landing in his palm. It continued to rub like it was trying to get on his good side, like it was trying to give credit. His entire body seemed to be saying, "Come and praise me." Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh, knowing that the battle just now was Little Gold standing up for him. It was probably the same as the lightning-winged dragon, unhappy with the Saint Fire Silver Ant. After the latter formed its dragon body and advanced, it threatened Hanshi right away. Little Gold was the same, directly challenging it and defeating it head-on, suppressing its arrogance. He had his own ways to totally subdue Hanshi and didn't need their help. However, he could feel the sincerity in her heart. As expected from someone who he brought up from young, knowing how to care for its master. Not bad with a thought, He thought back to the few threads of sword intent that little gold simulated. It was really shallow, but it was probably the only one amongst beasts. Who knows when it would be able to simulate a human form in the future? Wanxiang was ever-changing, able to simulate all living beings in the world. As for humans, other than their intelligence surpassing other races, their bodies were only comparable to low-level beasts. With the ability of Wanxiang, naturally it could be easily done. However, what Zhong Shou was thinking about was if Little Gold could learn all his martial path, what would happen? He was slightly distracted until Zhong Shou came back to his senses. Little Gold had turned into a thin layer once more and covered his arm. As for Hanshi, it returned back into his sleeves. However, its arrogance in the past had lessened by a little. It was unusually silent, its spiritual sense was also really dim. Zhong Shou laughed, too lazy to bother. He once again drove his sword into the air and continued west. After flying for several hundred kilometers, he suddenly frowned and looked toward the south. Over there, a majestic wave of Yin energy shot straight into the sky like a giant pillar. He remembered that was where Gong Shinran was buried. Looking out, within 100 miles, the gravity had pretty much turned into a physical form. It attracted numerous evil spirits and dead items to gather here. The Yin veins seemed to have increased a little? Zhong Shou frowned. Thinking about it, he knew that it was mostly because the spiritual wave was about to rise. It caused more Yin veins to be attracted here, some of them just formed recently. Even if he didn't know how to chase out evil spirits and fend off demons, he knew that the situation wasn't good. Based on what Jin Buhui said, when Gong Shinran came out would be a few years later. However, looking at it today, why did it feel like in just a few months she would break out of the seal? In the past, this was the problem of Lingyun's sect. At that time, he was gloating. At this moment, the entire Donglin Cloud continent was under his control. This Gong Shinran had become his own problem. However, he wouldn't be able to laugh anymore as expected. Every drink and every bite was predetermined. What he personally created still needed to be solved by himself. Chapter 563. At the same time, within the cloud ocean, above a floating palace, Gohan Yun looked calmly at the cloud mist in front of her, which was twisting and changing. Her eyes were totally unfocused, numb and cold. She was originally a fiery person, but at this moment she gave off a cold aura. Just like the current cloud palace, it was extremely desolate and cold. In the past, Lingyun's sect disciples could be seen everywhere in this cloud palace, searching for places to cultivate and study the martial path and spiritual technique. At this moment, looking out, there were only 3 to 5 people. Most of them were distracted, their faces filled with worry. It wasn't until Yen Feibai walked behind her that Gohan Yun's eyes regained some of their luster. Has the meeting ended? Looking at how Yen Feibai could stand here, she knew. So that sentence was just a subconscious question. Gohan Yun turned around, but her expression was still somewhat absent-minded. Speaking of which, Senior Master Ling Weizi and Senior Master Longrua all fell on Mysterious Cloud Spirit Mountain? Yes. Yen Feibai nodded his head. His expression was much more calm than a few days ago. Not long ago, it was much more serious. Not only Senior Master, but our Lingyun sect's 400 grade 6 Dao soldiers and the 2,000 cultivators that followed all fell. I heard that Senior Master Longrua was casually slain by that monster king along with a grade 9 spirit cultivator of Mysterious Cloud Spirit sect. Poor Senior Master, he hated that Zhong Shou his entire life. However, in the end, that monster king didn't even look at him. Killing Senior Master was just a matter of convenience. On the contrary, Han Nishui was hated by that monster king and was sliced at the waist. Gohan Yun didn't know what Yen Feibai meant by that. It sounded like he was mocking, but his tone wasn't mocking at all. However, at this moment, she didn't feel any injustice for this senior master whom she had only met a few times. Since Long Ruo was furious because of his own mistakes, his fear turned into hatred and he lost his calm heart. He was destined to have such an outcome. With an almost inaudible sigh, Go Han Yun continued to ask, "Then what did the elders say?" "Just now the sect leader gave up his position. The punishment is to face the wall for 900 years as punishment." When he finished speaking, a few bell chimes came from within the Cloud Palace. It was majestic and grand, but at this moment, it made the originally cold and cheerless palace even more desolate. This was to announce that the Lingyun sect had a new sect master. Yan Feibai calmed himself down before speaking once more. "Senior Uncle Zhu Renquang will take charge of Lingyun. I will be the first disciple and the next sect leader candidate. From today onwards, the Lingyun sect will leave the Donglin Cloud continent. The sect wants to have a chat with the Monster King of Gantian Mountain." Go Han Yun came to a sudden realization. The so-called talk was a request for peace. The current Lingyun sect knew that they didn't have the ability to go up against Gantian Mountain. Thinking about Donglin Cloud Continent, he felt his body turn cold. The Soaring Cloud sect was there, and there were almost 2 outer sect disciples there. There were also the families of the disciples, and their roots were intertwined. With this retreat, the 10,000 years of elites of the Cloud Soaring sect were all gone. Thinking back to the death of those 2,000 fellow disciples on mysterious Cloud Mountain, Go Han Yun couldn't help but feel sad. Go Han Yun couldn't help but feel sorrowful. She said with resentment, "Don't tell me that the corpses of those 2,000 fellow disciples in mysterious Firmament Mountain are just going to be forgotten?" In her heart, she was filled with admiration for Zhong Shou. She was also delighted by her foresight. That teen who used one sword to humiliate a sect on Pill Spirit Mountain was really extraordinary. Dual Meridian Body, Barriers from Heaven, Remnant Soul Body, as expected, they were all unable to stop him. 2 years later, that Monster King finally soared into the heavens and looked down on this world. However, at this moment, she only felt abnormally heavy in her chest. After all, our Lingyun sect schemed first. Moreover, in this world, the fist is the law. The fist of the current Gantian Mountain is a little bigger than ours. Yan Feibai shook his head slightly, knowing that his junior sister was just using this to vent. At this moment, she most probably didn't have any intentions to be enemies with that person. Looking at Go Han Yun calm down, Yan Feibai spoke expressionlessly once more. "Even if we want to take revenge, now isn't the time. You and I are the remaining direct disciples of the sect and have the responsibility to pass down the teachings and protect the sect. Now, not only do we need to make peace with Gantian Mountain, but we also need to think of a way to borrow their strength. If there is a chance, it isn't impossible to serve under him." Go Han Yun's brows furrowed, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Half a day ago, 17 sects and aristocratic families were destroyed by the Blood Cloud Cavalry. The remaining 4 were destroyed by the Demon Path. Today, outside of the Cloud World, there are numerous demon sect cultivators. Even some spiritual houses and sects are eyeing us aggressively. As he said that, Yan Feibai's expression didn't change at all. It was like he treated this crisis that could destroy Gantian Mountain at any moment as a casual matter. However, if that Monster King doesn't speak up about the conflict between our sect and Gantian Mountain, if that Monster King doesn't say anything, who in this world would dare to help me? Go Han Yun's face instantly turned ashen white. These last words caused her to come to her senses. At this moment, the strength of Gantian Mountain was actually at such a level. If that Monster King didn't allow it, who under the shrines would dare to help Lingyun? As for the shrines and sects, they would probably ask what benefits would they get if they helped Lingyun? On a secluded mountain range, along with loud explosions, the spiritual energy here surged endlessly. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered here, beating the drums and shaking the heavens. Most of them wore messy armor and their formations weren't really orderly. However, with so many densely packed armored soldiers gathered here, the aura they gave off was extremely majestic. At the waist of the mountain, Yin Yang caressed the blood-colored halberd in his hand, looking forward calmly and coldly. These soldiers and horses were the lords of the nearby cities, who gathered here on their own accord. Actually, apart from strengthening their aura, they didn't have much use. They just wanted to use this to show that they were willing to submit to Gantian Mountain. At this moment, there were dozens of spirit masters who were controlling 20 grade 5 energy-destroying crossbows to fire. That seemingly unbreakable spiritual formation was already covered in crack. In just a few more minutes it would be able to blow it open, even if the mountain was able to hold on. The 2,400 blood cloud cavalry under him were enough to forcefully smash open this mountain. A unit of 300 blood cloud cavalry, if they were led by a grade 7 cultivator, they could go up against a grade 9. If there were more than 1,000 of them, their strength could directly enter the spirit realm. Unfortunately, at this moment, the only grade 7 cultivators in the blood cloud cavalry were him and Zhong Yuan. To prevent others from taking advantage of them, they could only split into 2 groups, led by him and Zhong Yuan to wipe out sects one by one. Their speed was also much slower than expected. Many aristocratic families and sects had hidden methods that far exceeded what they showed on the surface. For example, the Cloud sect in front of them, a small sect with less than 300 people. Who would have thought that their mountain-protecting formation would be so firm? Yin Yang, on the other hand, was eager to give it a try. There was some impatience in his eyes. The blood in his body seemed to be burning up, causing his vital energy to boil, and he was unable to control himself. This was the first time his fighting spirit was so strong. He thought that after stepping into grade 7, his accumulations were all used up. His cultivation advancement would slow down. However, that day, Zhong Shou gathered everyone's strength to go up against that Shinshao. His entire primordial spirit seemed to have been cleansed. The marrow washing, tendons changing, and bones forging was even more surprising. Most of the blood cloud cavalry still had poison in their bodies, so the effects weren't obvious. However, Yin Yang's cultivation was showing signs of loosening, like he was about to break through. "Commander, you seem to be a little anxious today?" A question spread out from the side. Yin Yang turned around, only to see that it was Ling Feikong who led hundreds of spirit masters over. Frowning, Yin Yang knew that his emotions were a little abnormal. He nodded his head. "I am indeed anxious. Ruler's wedding is near and these sects haven't all been wiped out, which is why I'm anxious." At the start, he personally saw how Miss Yuran and Zhong Shou got together. Now that the two of them were getting married, how could he not be there? Ling Feikong was startled. Unknowingly, that kid had already become an adult. 2 years ago, he didn't think that he could survive in this cruel and chaotic world. He could live to adulthood and even on his wedding day. He missed it once, so he definitely couldn't miss it a second time. These sects are really stubborn. With the strength of Gantian Mountain and the reputation of the Blood Cloud Cavalry, only 60% of these sects chose to flee Donglin. The other 20% chose to serve Gantian Mountain to preserve the legacy of Spirit Mountain. As for the other sects like Cloud sect that had some confidence, they all chose to hide within their mountain gates and wait. Who knows if they were really dumb or if they were too confident in their own sect's strength. This Cloud sect is amusing? They actually hope that those few sects who are helping them can come and help? Based on what Ling Feikong knew, there were 3 sects that were similar to Cloud sect. They were truly connected. However, just half an hour ago, 2 of the 3 sects had already fled. The remaining ones had surrendered and were willing to be ruled by Gantian Mountain. In his eyes, Cloud sect's actions were just to raise their own status. They wanted to reduce the sharpness of the Blood Cloud Cavalry and then win a higher position in Donglin. They didn't have any intentions to fight to the death. He had seen many cases before and it was really annoying. Yin Yang listened on silently. Suddenly, he saw dozens of spiritual lights rise up. In just a moment, it caused the spiritual formation that was on the verge of breaking to recover by a large amount. Thus, the last bit of patience disappeared. Tree the blood kill twin flags. Before we wipe out this sect, we won't seal our blades. Even if Xianyuan Iran scolded him after the matter, he would accept it. When his voice landed, he had already led the cavalry to start galloping in the air. Yin Yang suddenly took out a small halberd and tossed it out. The blood cloud cavalry behind did the same. 2,000 blood-colored halberd lights instantly smashed down like meteors and smashed into the mountain peak. The entire mountain shook violently. At this moment, Yin Yang had also arrived in front of the spiritual formation. The blood-colored halberd in his hand slashed down. It turned into 1,000 feet, and then with a loud explosion, it smashed this layer of barrier. It was forcefully smashed. It caused close to 100 spirit masters who were going all out to maintain the formation to spit out fresh blood. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were totally silent. This was the strength of the blood cloud cavalry. Seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. Chapter 564. Within the dark meditation room, it was really quiet and empty. There was only one person in the huge space. He laid sideways, chanting scriptures without any sincerity while drinking wine and eating meat. In front of him were various delicacies as well as fragrant wine. What was weird was that the wine and meat were in his mouth. However, it didn't affect his speech. His rhythm was really rhythmic, his voice was like that of a broken gong. However, it was really pleasing to the ear. Occasionally, he would knock on the wooden fish, looking really carefree. At this moment, if Jingyin was here, she would be able to recognize that this was the old monk who spoke to her in a really friendly manner. Just as he was feeling really relaxed, a dark wind swept up in the room. When Ling Hai reacted, a person appeared in front of him. He was also a monk, with a square face and big ears. He was what the divination books described as having great fortune. However, at this moment, his face was filled with a bitter expression. Ling Hai was shocked, hurriedly waving his sleeves and keeping all the wine and meat. When he saw who it was, he heaved a sigh of relief. "So it is you. You really scared me to death." Following this, he felt weird, his eyelids opened. "Isn't your world protector's rule not to appear in front of others? Why is Bodhisattva here today?" He was a Luohan, while the person in front of him had cultivated to the Bodhisattva realm, which was the so-called saint realm. However, there wasn't much respect in his tone. They were people who had given up on the hope of improving themselves and only wished to live longer. In his eyes, there wasn't anything worthy of respect. He didn't bother much, placing his palms together and keeping silent. "Why is your face so bitter every time we meet? Even if you are ascetic Zen, you don't have to be like this." Ling Hai's brow rose up and then he thought about it. Bodhisattva came because of the endless darkness and unlimited light. The monk's eyes lit up and he nodded his head. Ling Hai asked once more, "Because you are the venerable of this world, you can't reveal anything to others? Speaking of which, do you know who the unlimited beginning and end Buddha that the few Buddhas are talking about?" The monk nodded his head once more. His eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment Ling Hai smiled. "Is this person related to Tsang Xingdao?" The monk nodded decisively. Although he couldn't show any joy on his face, he was overjoyed in his heart. He thought that this junior who was in charge of the Pure Land sect was indeed smart. Only to hear Ling Hai continue, "And this person is in Gantian Mountain?" This time, the monk hesitated slightly. However, he nodded his head, thinking that the person should have already returned to Gantian. That was the capital of his country, where his foundation was located. Seeing this, Ling Hai burst into laughter. Only when the monk opposite him revealed a puzzled expression did he stop. Actually, a female disciple of my sect has already found that person. Is it Zhao Yanran from the Seven Spirits sect? This time, the monk was stunned. Zhao Yanran? Who the hell was this? Shouldn't it be that Gantian mountain monster King Zhongsho, Song Xingdao and Tanxiu? About a month ago, my martial nephew saw this woman use the limitless darkness divine ability with his own eyes. There shouldn't be any mistake. Linghai smiled like he was really happy. Originally, I wasn't sure. To form the unlimited darkness dharma, one needs to have a dual meridian body. As for that Gantian mountain monster King Zhongsho, he has a higher chance. However, I investigated and found out that the Tianzhao source a few months ago was the Song Xingdao Palace. 3 months ago, this Zhao Yanran was coincidentally there, which made me even more suspicious. Today, with Senior's reminder, I was able to confirm it. This woman is really fated to be able to open up such a Dao. The monk was slightly stunned when he heard this. He wanted to open his mouth, but he couldn't. He didn't mind his life to exchange for this chance for the Buddhist faction. However, the heart demon oath from 10,000 years ago was too heavy, and it was the only thing that had no flaws. He was afraid that the moment he opened his mouth, he would die. His expression instantly became even more bitter and his brows furrowed. However, he had always been like that. Even when he was happy, he couldn't smile. Opposite him, Linghai didn't seem to be able to tell at all. He had a confident expression on his face. He couldn't help but look at him speechlessly. In the past he felt that this fellow was really smart. However, looking at it now, he only felt that this Linghai was really dumb. He really wanted to use a hammer to knock him awake. He was slightly worried. He couldn't directly open his mouth, and couldn't use any methods to hint at him. How should he remind this person? If the unlimited beginning and end Buddha returned, combining the strength of all Buddhas to open up a peaceful world, why would he need to rely on this cloud world to survive? What a pity! Pretty much just as the monk was thinking about the unlimited beginning and end Buddha. In the night sky, a bright light appeared above Gantian Mountain. After it stopped, a white-robed teen stood on the shining spiritual light sword. It was Zhongsho. Looking carefully below, he saw a camp 40 miles away from Gantian Mountain City. There were only 10,000 tents and around 20,000 people. They were the elite cavalry that he brought to mysterious Cloud Mountain. In that battle there were thousands of casualties. However, the other people all returned safely. However, a large portion of them should have been sent to various parts of Donglin to take revenge. Especially the Black Fox cavalry who weren't there anymore. At this moment, Gantian Mountain City was filled with lanterns and decorations. It was a joyous occasion. Zhongsho's brows rose up. He knew that Hu Zhongyuan and the others were waiting for him to return before they entered the city in triumph. Gantian Mountain's victory at the foot of mysterious Cloud Mountain was indeed worth celebrating and calming down the hearts of the people. However, thinking back to what he saw not long ago near Cloud Saint City, Zhongsho's heart couldn't help but sink. He was just short of sighing. That monster from Demon Corpse Mountain, along with the 9 Death Emperor, if they appeared together, what would happen? Why was he so dumb at the start? Of all the places he could have buried, why did he have to personally bury such a huge problem for himself? It seemed like the heavens weren't willing to see him be delighted. Oh! His heart felt a stabbing pain. Zhongsho's eyes were dark and sunken as he looked towards where his spiritual sense felt weird. Then, he felt an aura fade away. It disappeared without a trace in his spiritual sense, and he didn't feel anything weird about it. Zhongsho's brows couldn't help but furrow. This person was really good at hiding his presence. If he wasn't too confident and spread his spiritual sense to 1,000 feet around him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. His spiritual sense wouldn't have been affected at all. Moreover, this technique was a little familiar. It seemed to be the illusionary heart mirror. It wasn't a replica in his hands but the real one. Someone cast a spell from several worlds away, using the power of the illusionary heart mirror to help this person hide his tracks. Speaking of which, this person was from the Shui family? In these few years, the eight-tailed Shui family didn't do anything. He thought that this bloodline had given up on attacking Gantian Mountain. Who knew that at this moment they would show their tracks? How dare you? Laughing coldly, Zhong Shou didn't bother about him, directly descending towards the peak of Gantian Mountain. The barracks outside was just a formality. With such a comfortable place like the Hanyan Palace, Zhong Shou wasn't willing to go to the barracks to suffer. The moment he returned to the palace, he saw that the people who brought him back were already waiting in the Chongzhen Hall. Apart from Xianyuan Iren and the other girls, along with Lei Dong and Jin Buhui, there were a bunch of old officials from Gantian Mountain. They were all pumped up as they bowed towards Zhong Shou. They were bowing to him in advance. Even Rinbo, who had always been steady and mature, lost his composure slightly. If it was in the past, Zhong Shou would be delighted and enjoy the flattery of these officials. However, at this moment, he didn't have such thoughts. He could only smile and speak gently to send these people away. What was slightly surprising was that Kong Yao, who was supposed to be in charge of the East conquering army, was also here. Moreover, she looked over with a disdainful gaze. When Zhong Shou looked over, Kong Yao scoffed coldly, turning her head to the side and not exchanging glances with him. Thinking to herself that if it was their Taishang emperor who faced such a situation, he would definitely rest outside the city and share the hardships with his subordinates. How was Zhong Shou like a wise ruler? However, thinking about that, Kong Yao's expression dimmed. She probably wouldn't be able to return to the Taishang and the Gong family. Thinking about how sad she was, she couldn't help but shed tears. Zhong Shou didn't understand, looking towards Rini. When he wasn't here, Xianyuan Iren was the ruler of Gantian Mountain and should know about this matter. Xianyuan Iren's expression was really weird. She took out a scroll and placed it in front of Zhong Shou. This is the letter that the Taishang envoy handed over a few days ago. I made the decision to ask Sister Kong Yao to return. The scroll was bright yellow in color and had dragon patterns drawn on it. It seemed to contain the king energy that he was really familiar with, just that it was thicker and thicker. Zhong Shou's expression slowly turned serious. As expected, this was the letter of the heavens. When he opened it and took a look at it, he couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked once more and saw clearly that it was indeed those words. There is a Lady Kong who is virtuous and virtuous. Today she will marry the ruler of your country to form a good relationship between Qin and Jin. Also, from now on, the two countries will forever be brothers, etc. Zhong Shou wasn't able to react, his mind a little distracted. This future undefeatable famous general, Taishang ruler god, was married off to the Taishang so easily? It even came from the mouth of the ruler of the Taishang. A moment later, he came back to his senses. At this moment, Kong Yao was just showing her talent. She didn't have many battle achievements and was far from being a famous general. On the contrary, Gantian Mountain had taken over Donglin Cloud Continent and had become a strong country in the east. At that moment, he couldn't help but have the urge to laugh out loud. Conquering the outer regions, he was worried about not having any talent. This was like meeting a pillow when he wanted to sleep. He opened his mouth and smiled. Zhong Shou thought back to Gong Shinran and instantly froze, the corner of his eyes twitching. When Xianyuan Iren saw that he was so happy, she was slightly sad. Actually, she was prepared and knew that as a ruler, Zhong Shou wouldn't fall in love with her alone. However, at this moment she felt a little sad. Was Shou so happy to be able to get this Kong Yao? Chapter 565. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Shou's expression dimmed. Xianyuan Iren felt that something wasn't right. Her brows furrowed as she thought about Zhong Shou's trip to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean. Instantly, her eyes were filled with sadness. You weren't able to find Uncle this time? When Zhong Shou heard that, he laughed bitterly and knew that Xianyuan Iran had misunderstood. What he was worried about had nothing to do with this. However, he couldn't easily tell others that Zhong Weiran was still alive. He trusted this future chess piece, but at this moment it was not the time to say such things. Shaking his head and not replying, Zhong Shou casually tossed the letter into the trash bin at the side, showing no respect at all. This caused Kong Yao to be furious, but she didn't feel anything, turning her eyes to Xianyuan Iran's side. Only to see an old man sitting there. He looked like he was 70 years old, but the life force in his body couldn't even be compared to a young man like him. May I ask if this old mister is the head of Pill Fountain Sect, Iran's master, old man Mingdan? The old man's eyes opened wide, without needing Xianyuan Iran to introduce him. He stood up and bowed. I am Mingdan, greetings ruler. My Pill Fountain Sect's change has made a joke out of us. What is there to laugh at? Zhong Shou laughed like he didn't care at all. The spiritual wave is about to rise and these alien races are swarming over. Especially the shadowless demon race, which is the hardest to deal with. In ancient times, numerous sects and dynasties were destroyed by them. For the sect leader to be able to protect our foundations is a huge credit to Pill Fountain Sect. This matter has nothing to do with the sect leader. Only, the moment those words were said, Zhong Shou's tone changed, his expression turning serious. As the ruler, rewards and punishments are clear. We can't be biased. This battle started because of Pill Fountain Sect. Because of Iran, I won't punish you. However, in the future, all the pills that Pill Fountain Sect produces will have to give us 40%. Xianyuan Iran was startled when she heard that. Just as she was about to speak, Samarim viciously stared at her. He should be punished, but 40% was just too huge. He had recovered long ago and made up for the weaknesses of the mysterious moonwood brilliance method. However, he was like a turtle, not coming out of seclusion. He wanted to let Xianyuan Iran take the pressure alone. Even if he had various worries and reasons, he wouldn't be understanding. How would he let Mingdan's, of course? Mingdan heaved a sigh of relief. Instead, she stopped Xianyuan Iran and bowed towards Zhong Shou. Mingdan understands. Ruler has saved our sect this time. The entire Elixir Spring sect is extremely grateful. If there is ILTSSSS of SASSSS. It was a pity that the Pill Fountain sect would never let go of 40% of the pills they produced. Of Tess, he S2's he of the of he to be of thinking about it. He felt that their future was dark. Smiling helplessly, Zhong Shou finally smiled as he looked towards Lei Dong and Jin Buhui. After dealing with so many things, he almost neglected these two brothers. At this moment, Zhao Yanran was at the side, looking over like she had something to say to him. However, this crazy woman, he should just act like he didn't see anything. Ignoring her, the fragrance was thick, the cool and sweet wine flowed into his throat. When it sank into his stomach, it instantly turned into a ball of flame. It caused one's body to heat up, but also feel really comfortable and excited. Good wine. This is the blazing flame fragrance? To be able to brew such good wine, she really is a special girl. If I have time in the future, I will definitely meet this Miss Shinru. Another cup. However, at this moment, Leidong's face was ashen white. There seemed to be stars spinning in his eyes. His mind was in a daze and he couldn't think clearly. He seemed like he was about to fall to the ground. His mind only knew one thing. He definitely couldn't drink this wine anymore. There seemed to be dozens of jugs of such wine in his heaven and earth bag. However, today, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't take it out. He was a wine tycoon, able to drink 1,000 cups and not get drunk. However, today he totally fell to his knees here. The two of them competed, drinking a total of 17 jugs of celestial wine like the blazing flame fragrance. However, at this moment, he couldn't drink anymore. This was the first time he had met a match. This fellow obviously didn't know how to drink in the past, Zhong Shou laughed. Today, he took revenge for what happened when they became sworn brothers, so he didn't go overboard. Jin Buhui sighed beside him. Senior brother Lei Dong's life of brilliance has been destroyed today. His tone seemed to be filled with regret, but his eyes were filled with schadenfreude. He reached out a finger and waved it in front of Lei Dong, asking how many it was. When Lei Dong curiously replied that it was 8, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Following which, his expression turned serious as he asked Zhong Shou, "Brother Shou just returned from the east. Did you go to Gong Xinran's tomb? You've been worried and puzzled just now. Are you worried about this?" "That's right." Zhong Shou's expression turned cold. Looking at the situation there, in a year or two, that 9 Death Emperor will act. Who knows if at that time, it will still be her. Jin Buhui's brows rose up, knowing what Zhong Shou meant. If Gong Xinran still had consciousness, then both sides could still talk about face. If not, then they could only fight to the death. "I was originally worried. However, you have the Blood Cloud Cavalry in your hands. Even if the Death Emperor appears, what do you have to fear?" Zhong Shou shook his head and didn't speak. This nether-world technique countered the Blood Cloud Cavalry. Following which Jin Buhui said, "After I return, I will ask Master to think of a way to seal her with all the sections. Each 9 death which that appears will cause 1,000 miles of land to turn red. This isn't just your family's matter." Only then did Zhong Shou smile. However, he didn't comment on the words of all the sects working together. This matter was like fishing the moon in the water. One could imagine that it definitely wouldn't succeed. It was destined to be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The only one he could truly rely on was Tsang Xingdao. This brother of his was born with a warm heart. As long as one was recognized as a friend, he would go all out to get along. Since the battle 10 days ago when he led people over and risked his life to save him, he knew about it. This was why he had to think of another way to deal with Gong Xinran. At this moment, Jin Buhui was silent once more. He hesitated for a long while before opening his mouth to ask, "Brother Shou has already unified Donglin Cloud Continent and your military strength is the top of the overseas countries. Do you want to take over the Central Cloud Continent next?" Zhong Shou smiled. He knew that Jin Buhui would ask about this matter. Although Haoshuan sect was a cultivator sect, it had many connections with the Confucians. It could be said that they were indirectly working for the Taishang. If he wanted to take over the throne, then Haoshuan sect and Jin Buhui would be stuck in between. He didn't hesitate to think about it. Zhong Shou shook his head. "I didn't mean to. Before the Taishang collapses, I won't easily step into the Central Cloud Continent. If I have a way, I would like to try to conquer the outer region." Jin Buhui heaved a sigh of relief. It was for the best if that was the case. The last sentence caused his body to stiffen. The outer realm? It was like he had heard a preposterous and unbelievable thing. Yes, outer region. Are only others allowed to invade our cloud world and we can't fight our way out? While speaking, Zhong Shou's eyes shone with a clear glow. He wasn't the one who said those words first, but that person. At this moment, he should already be preparing to conquer that other world. Jin Buhui still felt that it was preposterous. He didn't understand and didn't know what to say. He simply turned his head and looked down deeply at the ground. The three of them weren't polite people. Although they didn't go all out, they were open-minded and unrestrained. The place they chose to drink was at the top of a cliff in Hanyao Palace. Looking down, he could see the entire city in his eyes. He said leisurely, "During these few days, I have walked around Gantian Mountain. Here, the people can live and work peacefully, smiling all the time. Within 1,000 miles, the farmers are all exempted from taxes. How unbelievable! Zhong Shou was startled, a little lost. Their Gantian mountain towards those farmers? They didn't collect taxes? Why didn't he know about that? Focusing, Zhong Shou tried his best to recall before he recalled. A few months ago, when he returned to Gantian Mountain, Renbua sent people to carry over a large pile of documents for him to sign. At that time, he didn't care much. Anyways, the few people in his cabinet had already discussed it. It didn't involve military matters, so there was nothing wrong with it. Thus, he didn't take a close look. Thus they all agreed. It was said that at this moment, Gantian Mountain was prosperous. Just the tax alone reached tens of millions, several times that of before. At this moment, the Cloud Ocean hunts also had many gains. Compared to that, the farm taxes were like a drop in the ocean. If they continued to collect, it would instead give those officials a chance to take advantage of them. It would be better to exempt all of them and save some manpower for tax collectors. Moreover, the business was too prosperous and many people ran to the city to be helpers for a higher income. On the contrary, no one would be well behaved and work with the soil. At that time, what did he say? He didn't say anything, generously waving his brush and agreeing to this matter. Thinking about it now, he was filled with regret, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. This Renbua really wasn't a good person. The key was that he was rich in the past, so he didn't care. However, at this moment, he was really poor. His eyes were green with envy towards all sources of wealth. It seemed like when he returned, he had to think of a way to test if he could raise taxes. Or maybe he could raise the ratio between the treasury and the palace treasury. Giving an awkward smile, Zhong Shou heard Jin Buhui say, "My Taishang emperor has ruled for decades and is really wise. However, in the 9 states under my rule, the people can't be as prosperous as your Gantian mountain, and the people are rich. It is really unfair. You train in the sword and martial arts every day and don't bother with politics. How did that happen? Actually, during these days I was thinking about what would happen if you were the Taishang emperor." Just as he spoke, he saw Lei Dong's body shake. His whole body rolled down from the eaves. The two of them exchanged glances and instantly burst out laughing. Chapter 566. Just as Kong Yao hesitated, Zhong Shou heard numerous noises ringing out in his ears. "It's the ruler. It's really the ruler in the carriage. Looking at his face, he looks really good. The ancients said something about natural beauty, it should be like that. He looks even more handsome than women. So our ruler is a kid who looks less than 16 years old. Oh, he looks even younger than my kid." Zhong Shou was instantly furious. What nonsense was this? Shouldn't these people be praising and discussing his victory at Mysterious Cloud Mountain? That was the 3rd spiritual house close to the strength of a shrine. Also, he was about to unify Donglin. Since the 5 continents split up, even the few dynasties in Donglin Cloud Continent weren't able to do that. Luckily, there were people who scolded them. What nonsense are you saying? This is a saint ruler that is hard to see in thousands of years. Our Donglin is in chaos and war. Have you ever thought about such a life? Of course. In such a chaotic world, people are worse than dogs. It is unimaginable for our Gantian mountain to be so prosperous. The 2nd generation of the ruler, father and son, is a rare hero. I heard that in a few more days, the last few cities in the east will be taken down by Qiu and Zhong. TSK. This time those country bumpkins in the east will benefit from it. I only hope that there are a few less directly governed cities. That's right. Any directly governed city will have people to rely on and take care of the old. Recently I heard that they are exempt from agriculture taxes. How could there be such a good thing in the past? Unfortunately, it is only agriculture taxes. If only the commerce taxes could be exempted. Zhong Shou felt comforted when he heard that. These were the good people under his rule. However, exempt from taxes? Don't even think about it. Moments later, he heard people discussing, "Our ruler is good at everything. He is just too perverted. There are actually 5 to 6 women in the carriage. Isn't that right? I heard that even the Taishang emperor of the Central Cloud continent couldn't do anything to the ruler. Why not just marry that surnamed Kong girl to the ruler as his concubine? That woman was unwilling at the start. However, half a month ago, wasn't she subdued by the ruler? Rumor has it that he once commanded the army on behalf of the emperor. At first, Kong Yao could still look down and ignore it. At this moment, she felt wronged, wringing her hands together. Yes, I heard that he brought back a nun this time. He has already returned to the secular world, but it seems that he used to be a member of the Pure Land School? Pure Land School? Could it be the unvoiced spiritual realm? Zhong Shou's luck with women was indeed not shallow. To actually be able to make a woman of the unvoiced spiritual realm return to the secular world, was this really extraordinary? It was said that the women there were as beautiful as fairies, but unfortunately, none of them were devoted to Buddhism. What's so good about this lamp and Buddha statue? Jingyin was no longer calm as she hurriedly lowered her head and kept chanting the primordial ancient Buddha and the Great Tranquility Sutra. If he had known earlier, he would not have accepted Zhao Yanran's threat and boarded the jade carriage. Zhao Yanran was laughing so hard that she almost fell down. However, the people behind her were talking about her. There's also someone from the Seven Spirits sect. He's the head disciple of this generation. The women of the beautiful demon sect are best at bed and male and female cultivation technique. Who knows if the ruler can control them? Startled, Zhao Yanran's eyes were filled with killing intent. Following which she laughed, looking provocatively at Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou's neck shrunk, his body shuddering as he leaned back. He had no interest in this woman. However, this retreat caused Zhao Yanran to fly into a rage out of humiliation. The chariot slowly passed through and entered another path. On the roof, the young scholar was still in a daze. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself. Saint King energy, Saint King? How is that possible? So clear and pure, so grand and majestic, there are no impurities at all. The muscular man beside him didn't hear clearly, his brows furrowing. Junior brother, what did you say? Nothing. The teen scholar was awoken by his words, shaking his head. Even if he said what he saw, other people wouldn't believe him. Moreover, such a matter was really important. It was safest to keep it in his heart and not speak of it to others. This matter involved the secrets of the heavens, and if he wasn't careful, he might be implicated. I just noticed a familiar person. Have you seen the little miss of the Kong family? Kong Yao. The muscular man smiled. I heard that recently this little miss of the Kong family has been married to the princess of the Qing family. She is married to the ruler of this place as a concubine of the Taishang emperor. Actually, she is a girl and should marry to help her husband and raise her children. What is the point of fighting alongside men on the battlefield? The scholar smiled, knowing that his senior brother always looked down on girls. Actually, just now I used a heaven-viewing talisman that Master gave me. Oh? Only then did the muscular man's expression calm down, revealing a weird expression. The heaven-viewing talisman was said to be able to see the changes in one's fate. However, he knew that this scholar only had 3 of them. Master gave them to him to choose the master of the heavens. To think that he would actually use one of them here. Did junior brother notice that there was something weird about this Kong Yao? Before he asked, the teen scholar had already nodded his head slightly. Looking at her fate, she is like a goshawk flying in the sky. The aura is sharp and tough to block, the white light charging into the bull, gathering thousands of stars like the light of the Alcade descending. The muscular man frowned once more, his eyes filled with shock. How did that happen? Because of his master. He knew that this Taishang grand teacher had once commented on this girl. This girl's fate was normal and in the world, She was just a good general and could be used at the border. If she was used too much, her fate would be too strong and she wouldn't be able to take it and would fall early. His master had a good relationship with the Kong family, and because the Kong family was in charge of the Taishang imperial astronomer, they had a secret technique to observe fate. He felt that Zhongshuan was purposely rejecting her and that his words weren't true, which was why he specially went to take a look. In the end, after he returned, he sighed and didn't speak. Later on, he heard that this girl had won a few battles in the north. He loved military matters and had analyzed it before, but it was just normal. Using numbers to fight against a few, any good general would be able to win easily. He was confident that he could easily defeat them on the battlefield. However, based on some of the books that he had read from his master in the past, this girl was like an eagle. The sign of an eagle flying was a sign of her rising up. The white light charging into the heavens would lead the troop. Gathering thousands of stars meant that she wanted to control an army. As for the so-called Alcade, the seventh star of the Big Dipper actually had another name, breaking the army. "Junior brother, did you see wrongly?" he asked suspiciously, only to see the teen scholar suddenly understand and laugh. So that was the case. This girl was really normal when she was a general, at most a little outstanding, but she was a commander talent. She can't compare to you, but she is a general. In the Taishang dynasty, those hundreds of thousands of troops couldn't show her ability. Zhenren Zhongshuan and our master have probably made a mistake. The muscular man blinked, only feeling that it was unbelievable. A general? A commander talent? Did this girl really have such ability? He didn't believe that even people like his master and Zhongshuan couldn't see clearly. How could a person like you, who can only see through someone's heaven-viewing talisman, know? That teen scholar didn't want to be entangled in this matter. He had to make the man believe him. It wasn't because it involved the ruler Long Shi and the changes in the situation. It wasn't inappropriate to discuss things like Kong Yao. However, he still had to worry about it. Unfortunately, all those who could see the path of fate were unable to do so themselves. There were also many variables. If there was a change, it would cause a chain reaction and change everywhere, making one unable to grasp it. If he could shine a heaven-seeing talisman on himself, wouldn't he be able to see the future? Seek luck and avoid calamity? He turned to look below the roof at those people who were still cheering. Even if that jade carriage had left long ago, they were still really excited. They all discussed and weren't willing to leave. A thoughtful look appeared in the scholar's eyes. "Senior brother, in your eyes, what is Gantian Mountain like?" "It is indeed a prosperous country and peaceful people." "No. It is a strong country and rich people. The people here truly love and respect the ruler of this country." That burly man answered without hesitation. He also looked down at the streets, only to see that the streets were filled with muscular martial cultivators. Even the women were quite brave and incomparably valiant. Most of them were dressed in fine brocade clothes. Moreover, they are really martial. If they recruit troops here, their combat strength will be really strong. The teen scholar nodded his head slightly. His focus wasn't here. This place doesn't restrict soldiers. Strong bows and crossbows can be carried by everyone. The brute was slightly stunned, looking carefully, as expected. Pretty much everyone had weapons on them. Bows and crossbows were also casually carried on their back. There were even many spiritual weapons and artifacts. He knew that the Taishang dynasty had banned martial arts for many years. He also knew that there was a ban on long weapons and crossbows. All spiritual weapons and artifacts needed a special identity to be able to be worn and treasured. This was to prevent people from fighting as well as local tyrants. It was good governance. Why did his junior brother specially mention this matter? That teen scholar continued, "This place also doesn't restrict people from talking." The brute was still confused. That was indeed true. If it was in the central cloud continent within the Taishang dynasty, If the people dared to say such disrespectful words and discuss, they would have been caught by the bailiffs and charged with disrespect. Whether or not they could get away would depend on the mood of the higher-ups and whether or not they paid enough silver. However, what did this matter have to do with them? After the teen scholar finished, he didn't explain. Instead, he asked, "Senior brother, you are prepared to join Gantian Mountain?" "That's right. Master said that my fate isn't right. If I was in the central cloud continent, I would definitely die. Instead, I might be able to achieve something at the borders. My uncle Rinbois is the Prime Minister of Gantian Mountain and can join them. At least this place is peaceful. Although that teen ruler's actions are a little preposterous, under his rule they are slowly becoming stronger and the people are safe. I heard that he is really nice to his subordinates, and rewards and punishments are clear." As he said that, the brute gave out a self-mocking laugh, "At least here. There are no excessive taxes and there is nothing that I can't stand. I am too lazy to go to other places and suffer from that." The teen scholar smiled and nodded. "Great. I also want to stay here and take a look." The brute was instantly shocked, thinking to himself that didn't his junior brother have his eyes on those few people in the central cloud continent. Chapter 567. In the imperial capital, Emperor Yuanshan's brows furrowed as he sized up the map in front of him. He had used 4 era names, the last one was Yuanshan. His real name was Inu. However, people couldn't directly call him by his name and could only refer to him by his year. That map showed the entire cloud world, the 5 continents and 12 islands. At this moment, the cloud continent in the east had totally turned red. "This Longxiang mountain city is also broken?" Although it was a question, no one in the hall answered for a moment. Be it Internal Affairs Junior Supervisor Garo or Zhongshuan, they didn't know the exact situation of Donglin Cloud Continent. Inu didn't care much, only he had seen the message talisman from the east. He just subconsciously said those words. Sighing, Inu's eyes squinted, filled with emotions. Longxiang Mountain City has fallen, Donglin has totally fallen into the hands of that kid. Sigh, this kid is just 20 years old and has taken over for less than 4 years. If I, Inu, could have such a kid, then I wouldn't have to worry after I die. Taishang's country luck would still be at its peak. There was an indescribable envy in his tone. However, following which Inu's tone changed, filled with cold intent. "That marriage letter, did that Gantian Mountain Zong Shou accept it?" Garua bowed slightly. "The letter has been handed over, Gantian Mountain doesn't seem to have any intentions of rejecting." "Scoff. That's what he wants." Inu scoffed, filled with mocking intent. "This Zong Shou actually targeted my beloved general. Destroying my good general, how despicable!" Even if he knew that most of the rumors that spread out in Donglin were fake, there was nothing he could do about it. Even if Kong Yao returned, she wouldn't be able to gain a footing in the army. It was better if she didn't return. "Your Majesty has thousands of good generals, you don't lack this Kong Yao." The one who spoke was the Grand Commandant, who sat on a chair at the side shaking his head. "Every time this Kong Yao heads out, she would be really stable, wasting resources. Although he was a good general, he was not outstanding. In the end, she was a woman and did not have the decisiveness and fortitude of a man. Moreover, she was a little too beautiful. I feel that since the Gantian Monster King is lustful, it is a good thing. At the very least, this kid still had a flaw. Lust is a steel knife that scrapes the bone and wears away the will of a hero. This kid is not bad now, but there is still a long time in the future." Inu frowned. Donglin was far to the east of the cloud world, separated by thousands of miles of sea of clouds. Unless that Zong Shou intended to invade the Donglin Cloud Continent, no matter what happened to him in the future, it had nothing to do with the Taishang. However, ever since he stamped his seal on the letter of marriage, from time to time, he would feel his heart palpitate, as if he had done something terribly wrong. Today was the worst. For half a day, he was unable to calm down. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't figure out the reason. Then, Zhongshuan nodded his head. "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about it. I see that this girl's fate is really normal and is destined to die early. Recently, her brows are filled with bad omens. She also has a golden white energy and will definitely kill many people in her life. She also has a thread of fate connected to our Taishang. With this girl here, she will definitely drag down our Taishang and cause the country to weaken. She is not a good choice for a minister. As for the Kong family, we still need to calm them down." Yinyu's brows furrowed. Only then did he calm down. Since that was the case, this Kong Yao Kong family? When I ascended the throne, I owed them a favor. I promised that when I was on the throne, I would let one of them take charge of the military. Looking at their race, only Kong Yao was useful. Instead, they blamed me for not using the few direct descendants and instead promoting a girl. Scoff, they really don't know when to stop. Forget it. If they want it, then let them have it. After laughing coldly, Yinyu casually asked, "Then did Gantian Mountain agree to send troops?" Whilst speaking, Yinyu was looking at the map between Donglin and the central continent. Close to the central continent there was a small black dot. This time, Gaoro replied even more respectfully, "Gantian Mountain hasn't replied, but they didn't reject it. I heard that the Lifan Institute is thinking of ways to invite Wujua Villa and Haoshuan sect to persuade them. I heard that these two sects are close to Zhongshu. This matter affects the survival of our Gantian Mountain. I think that Gantian Mountain Monster King wouldn't be so unwise. At this moment, Gantian Mountain is using all sorts of excuses to get more benefits from our Taishang." When he heard the last sentence, Yinyu smiled. He was obviously extremely satisfied. In his expectations, the situation was the same. Following which his expression turned slightly dark and sunken. He hated sects that had no ruler or father. Haoshuan sect was slightly better, but if they faced life and death matters, or if the Taishang suppressed them too much, they would be like the other sections. Most of them would be like the other sects, jackals of the same tribe. However, things in the world were like that. Although he hated it, sometimes he had to use it. Just as he thought about that, Yinyu frowned once more. The fear in his heart didn't calm down because of Zhongshuan's words. Instead, it became more and more serious. Reverend Zhongshuan suddenly stood up as well. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Like at the same time, something bad was happening. It seemed to come from the east, but also from within the capital, making it hard for one to deduce where it came from. Feng Shui and divination were like that. Even with his cultivation, he was unable to accurately deduce. Pretty much at the same time, outside of the cloud world, within a space fissure, a beautiful young man was swiftly traveling within the spiritual river. Not long later, he directly broke through the space barrier. Stepping within the violent space fissure, in just a moment, he found a place that looked like a palace, but also like a large ship. It was located within the layers of space, and couldn't be seen with the naked eye. However, when the young man stepped into this space, it was already there. Walking on the luxuriously decorated ship, there were hundreds of soldiers wearing spiritual artifacts. When he passed, they all half knelt and bowed. At this moment, if there were cultivators from Donglin Cloud Continent here, they would notice that even the most basic servant was a grade 4 Xiantian. All the warriors wearing spiritual armor were grade 6 and above, which was the so-called grade 6 Dao soldiers. Without exception, they all more or less had the characteristics of the fox race. The young man was used to it and didn't care. He walked all the way to the lower level and pushed open a door. This place was different from the other parts of the ship. Only this place didn't have any decorations or luxurious items, giving off a simple and elegant feeling. The moment he pushed open the door, the young man heard a voice ring out from within. "Are you Mafe?" That voice was old, but it had a far greater penetrating power than normal people, like a long needle stabbing right into the heart. The young man instantly bowed. "It is Shwe Mafe." Behind the door, it was pitch black. Even with Shwe Mafe's cultivation, he was unable to see what was happening within. However, he was still really respectful, his eyes filled with respect. "To go and spy on that Zong show, you are really bold." As expected, then a scolding sounded out. "If I didn't warn you, even if you used the illusionary heart mirror to cover, you would have been noticed by that Zong show. Do you really want to spoil my plans before you are willing to stop?" Shwe Mafe didn't dare to argue, keeping silent. He only wanted to know what kind of person killed Shwe Moyen and ascended at such a young age, establishing such a huge foundation. "Then, did you gain anything from your trip?" "Yes." Shwe Mafe knelt on the ground. "I was in Gantian Mountain, looking at the various races. All of them are sincerely convinced by that person. In fact, even that human loved and respected him greatly. The Zong family direct bloodline has been wiped out. The remaining few lucky survivors are all convinced by him. The combat strength of the Blood Cloud Cavalry was even more powerful. My Shwe clan has probably arrived a few days late. It won't be easy to take back the power from the Zong family. Speaking of which, that Zong show has no loopholes to take advantage of." As the voice spoke, it was filled with rage. The intent was like a raging wave, surging out from the depths of the room. Shwe Mafe's expression didn't change, slightly shaking his head. "To other people, there is indeed no loophole to take advantage of. However, to our Shwe family, it isn't the case. After all, this person has the Sky Fox bloodline, and we can only attack from the bloodline. If we use the right method, we might be able to use this Zong show for our race. However, this kid has the sky-burning bloodline, and we need to deal with him first. If not, our Sky Fox bloodline won't be able to suppress him." "Attack from the bloodline? Based on what you are saying, you want me to reduce my lifespan?" His tone was flat, but it was filled with a questioning intent. Shwe Mafe didn't dare to argue, only being more respectful as he knelt on the ground. Luckily, the voice also calmed down. "Forget it. Originally, only the nine-tailed beast could subdue the seven-tailed beast's blood. If our Shwe family can return to the cloud world, so what if I reduce my lifespan by 500? This Zong family probably thinks that they have run Gantian Mountain like an iron bucket. It seems like we need to let them know why only our Shwe family is the Sky Fox Emperor race." Shwe Mafe instantly straightened his body, joy flashing in his eyes. Then, he frowned, still worried. "However, what I am worried about is that Longing Ao Kuan. This Zong show is really strong. Spirit realm cultivators can't enter the cloud world, so we can't do anything to him. Also, the Blood Cloud Cavalry isn't weak. They can even fight against Xin Shao and cause him to fall." However, that voice scoffed coldly, filled with disdain. "Longing Ao Kuan? What is there to fear? The two of them have many ways to restrict each other. Aren't you worried about the sky-burning blood on Zong Shou's body? Don't worry. Your knowledge is too shallow. In my eyes, this is the most fatal weakness of Zong Shou. If not for us worrying about the Blood Cloud Cavalry, our Shwe family elite Dao soldiers wouldn't have all arrived. We would have taken over Gantian Mountain long ago." His words were filled with arrogance. In the Hanyan Palace at the peak of Gantian Mountain, in the spacious Chongjing Hall, Zong Shou exclaimed and spat out a breath on a jade seal. Then, he fiercely slammed it down. Instantly, a bright red mark appeared on the bright yellow brocade. Chapter 568. This was his newly engraved seal, prepared for the upcoming coronation ceremony. There were a total of 8 words, receiving orders from the heavens, long life and prosperity. There was nothing new about it, but since every ruler and emperor dynasty was like that, Zong Shou could only follow the tradition and was too lazy to create anything new. Only the line of words under him was a little different. The seal of Gantian country ruler was written on it. Looking at the silk, it was made from 100-year dragon silk. The dye was also really expensive. Based on what Renbois and the other officials said, they couldn't use beast leather anymore. Normal paper couldn't be used either. Since they were already a big country, then they should have the aura of a big country. Some money couldn't be saved. The words on the silk made Zhong Shoxin's heart tighten. Without needing to look at other things, just the 82 million grade 4 beast crystals made one's heart jump. This was what Zhong Shou set himself, to compensate the soldiers who died in battle as well as reward the army after the victory. Although they won the battle, pretty much all the slightly bigger powers in Donglin Cloud Continent were wiped out. However, it wasn't perfect. Just as he led all the elite cavalry to the foot of mysterious Cloud Spirit Mountain, the 360 towns of Gantian Mountain, along with the hundreds of thousands of elites of Xian Mountain City, bitterly blocked the attacks of the Thousand City Alliance, losing close to 300,000 people. Calculating it carefully, along with the consumption of the 3 million troops as well as the subsequent expansion of the army, the number was so huge that it pretty much used up all the Gantian Mountain treasury. He even needed to take out a portion of the expected income from his money bag to supplement it. His heart felt pained and he wasn't willing to look at it anymore. Zhong Shou hurriedly rolled up the silk in his hand and threw it to the corner of the table. He took in several deep breaths before his heart calmed down. However, he was still really conflicted. On the opposite side of the desk, Renbois was standing there calmly. Seeing the situation, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Taking the imperial decree in his hand and opening it to take a look, his eyes were filled with shock. "Your Highness is so generous. 82 million grade 4 beast crystals, even the most basic soldier would be able to gain a lot this time. However, the state treasury is unable to take out this sum of money." Zhong Shou waved his hand and said unhappily, "We can borrow from the palace treasury for the time being. However, you'll have to pay me back in the future. This time, it's 20% interest per month." This time, Renbois didn't argue about the amount of interest. Instead, he looked at Zhong Shou weirdly. "I thought that since your Highness couldn't raise taxes, then you would reduce the reward." Zhong Shou laughed coldly, thinking that although I, Zhong Shou, do not know much about the way of governing a country, I know how to win over the army's heart. At this time, no matter how much his heart ached, he had to take out the money. The spiritual wave had just started and Gantian Mountain was far from being able to relax. "Then we'll do as monarch commands." Renbois smiled, bowed, and accepted the decree. Then he asked, "Then what does monarch intend to do about the Taishang Alliance's request?" Zhong Shou frowned. He wanted to divide his forces to conquer the outside world. However, he couldn't not care about this matter. That space fissure was actually closer to the central cloud continent. However, Gantian Mountain had to take responsibility. Then, he sighed. Lingyun's sex strength was greatly weakened. Gantian Mountain's sex either fled or were wiped out. Gantian Mountain had to take responsibility for such a matter. Now, he could only get more benefits from the Taishang. Apart from 500 towns, expand 200,000 elite cavalry. Luckily, Gantian Mountain was unified and they only needed to force the cities to reduce their troop. Once Donglin calmed down, the burden would be lighter. However, it wasn't good to have no war. That place could be used to train troops. Before the spiritual wave, he was prepared to change all the towns of Gantian Mountain to Xuanwu masters. Apart from that, he needed at least 100,000 grade 4 experts to form an elite force. Thinking about it, they needed to conquer the outside world to plunder resources. Renbois nodded his head and knew that expanding the elite cavalry was to deal with this matter. Then, he looked around. Then, does this palace need to be expanded and rebuilt? The Hanyan Palace at the peak of Gantian Mountain was called a palace. Actually, some of the city lord manors in Donglin were several times better than this. It was built during Zhong Weiron's era and was completed not long after Gantian Mountain City was built. In the past, it was still okay. Now, compared to Gantian Mountain's position in the cloud world, it could only be called simple and crude. Zhong Shou was tempted when he heard that. He also felt that this palace was too simple. He only had two pursuits in his life. One was to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, and the other was to live a good life. It was the wish of Tanqiu in his previous life after he was lonely when he was young. It could almost be said to be an obsession. However, thinking about it, Zhong Shou couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he didn't want to repair it, but that he had no money in his pockets. Even if he did, he couldn't bear to spend it and needed to use it on the Book of Ian. No need. This Hanyan Palace can still be used. Let's wait for 2 years. Rin Bo was inexplicably touched, bowing. Ruler is wise. After the war, we need to cherish the people and rest up. Ruler is clear in his rewards and punishments, and you do things appropriately. What is amusing is that when ruler raised taxes, I was worried. Only now did I know that I was worrying for nothing. Today, I thank ruler on behalf of the Gantian people. With ruler like this, why would our Gantian mountain not be strong? His voice was choked with sobs. Zhong Shou's mouth opened wide, his face filled with shock. Until Rinbo left, he still wasn't sure what was going on. Shaking his head, Zhong Shou got up and walked towards the back of the hall. He saw a young girl dressed in white standing quietly under the moonlight, looking up at the sky. Although there were guards around, no one came to bother her. Zhong Shou frowned, thinking to himself that this posture of looking up at the sky was quite popular. However, at this place, she should be able to hear what was said in the hall. Luckily, what he and Rinbo were discussing today wasn't anything important. However, it seemed like the guards here needed to be taught a lesson. He saw that Kong Yao retracted her gaze from the sky and looked over. The gaze in his eyes was still filled with dead ashes. However, at this moment it was filled with a weird expression. "This is the Saint Ruler," she muttered softly, questioning herself, not believing, relieved, all sorts of emotions mixed together. Then, Kong Yao was stunned as she walked towards the room at the side. Right before she left, she turned around. There is a mysterious person hiding in Gantian Mountain City. If ruler wants, you can send people to investigate. If we can obtain his help, we might be able to achieve great things. She also wasn't sure why she would say such words. After she finished, she walked away in a daze. Zhong Shou was confused. However, he was only slightly shocked before he didn't bother anymore. What saint ruler? What mysterious person? Did this Kong Yao suffer too much of a blow and become a little crazy? That wasn't good. What he wanted was a commander who could lead thousands of troops and not a crazy girl. As for crazy people, Zhao Yinran alone was enough. It seemed like he still needed Xian Yuan Iran and Xian Yunlan to console her. Since I snatched it over, then it isn't up to you. Returning to his room, along with Zhong Shouxin having a thought, the time flow around him started to slow down. Zhong Shou reached out with his hand and took out the Book of Ian Extreme Life. At this moment, he had already flipped open the second page and consumed dozens of years of lifespan. However, his gains were huge. Apart from understanding some basic laws of time, he also understood a lot. He had already started to try to grasp the ability to accelerate time. In the past, Zhong Shou could unknowingly accelerate time by 5 times when he slashed out with his sword. However, he didn't know why. Today, not only could he use time to accelerate by 2 times, but he also knew the theory behind it and knew what he had to do to achieve it. However, the more he studied, the more confused he got. How did the virtual world in his last life manage to accelerate time? He originally thought that it was the result of accelerated thinking. However, the higher his cultivation, the more he understood about the path of heaven and earth, the more he felt that it was impossible. However, this matter was just a side issue. What happened 10,000 years in the future had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to bother about it. Today, he chose to use the Ian technique to accelerate time because Zhong Shou wanted to study sword technique. The mysterious Cloud Mountain battle allowed him to comprehend numerous things about the sword path, and he needed time to digest them all. This was why, even though he knew that this book of Ian was a bottomless pit that swallowed gold, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to use it. That was because what he lacked the most now was time. Just like that, standing in the room, Zhong Shou picked up his sword and stabbed forwards. Then, he retracted his sword and stabbed once more. His actions were really normal, and he didn't use any internal energy. However, at every moment, Zhong Shou's internal energy, soul power, and vital energy in his chakra meridians were surging, trying out various paths to find the best way to attack. It was the sword that he stabbed out in front of Long Ying that day in the void. It was the one origin sword absolute beginning. It also corresponded, Yang as the absolute beginning, Yin as the end. The one origin sword should have only one sword, and only one sword was needed. However, as time went on, Zhong Shou could only helplessly separate the Yin sword, Yang sword, black sword, and white sword into their own. The more he immersed himself in this Tao, the more he felt how arrogant it was for him to want to merge all the sword wills into one. What he merged wasn't just sword techniques, but also great Tao heavenly rules. Using the Book of Ian to speed up his cultivation, it was already the 45th day. In the first 20 days, Zhong Shou was studying the second page of the Book of Ian Extreme Life to consolidate his spiritual cultivation. 20 days later, Zhong Shou was trying to merge the absolute beginning intent into his sword intent. His progress was really quick, but it still wasn't as good as that day when he stabbed out under the pressure of Xin Shao and Long Ying. At that time, he felt that he could break through to the peak of the soul realm. He was just a step away from breaking through, however, at this moment after 20 days of hard work, continuously perfecting and sculpting this sword move, he still couldn't enter it. Was it because his cultivation was still too low? Tossing aside all the random thoughts, Zhong Shou didn't think anymore, continuously improving his internal energy and energy circulation as he visualized the absolute beginning. The sword in his hand slowly gave out the sound of wind and thunder. Only several days later did it finally stop. One more day, and it would be the day of his wedding with Xianyuan Iran. Chapter 569. Being stared at with such a questioning and vengeful gaze, even if Zhong Shou's face was as thick as a city wall, he still felt slightly awkward. He smiled and asked, "I can take a look at your mysterious moon with brilliance method." Only then did Xianyuan Iran's expression turn serious as she looked into her body. Actually, she didn't need to look to know. The blazing flames in his body had already disappeared without a trace. Looking into her body, she was surprised. She could still control the blazing flames, but the 5 elements had started to balance out. "I feel much better." Xianyuan Iran opened her eyes, her expression filled with emotions. "My cultivation has regressed a little, but it is much purer. The cultivation method is also much smoother. I feel that in just a few more days I can enter grade 7. In the past, even if she reached grade 7, she didn't dare to step in. At that time, just the chill spirit mysterious sense pill recipe that Zhong Shou gave her wouldn't be able to suppress it. Now, not to mention grade 7, even breaking through to the spirit realm was no problem. The purity of her true qi was far greater than before. However, it seems like the cultivation method still has some flaws. Within the chakra meridians there are still many areas that have accumulated. That's normal. With just one night of work, naturally we can't solve them all. To be able to do so is already not bad. So my wife, you and I need to work harder in the future. The moment he said those words, Zhong Shou felt that it was too obvious and would scare Xianyuan Iran. He quickly changed his words. Iran, do you feel tired? Actually, it's okay to sleep a little more today. Xianyuan Iran was instantly tempted. Yesterday, she was really tortured badly by Zhong Shou. She only felt that she was physically and mentally exhausted, her legs were soft. A night was the same as fighting with an enemy for several days. Even at this moment, her mind was in a blur and she couldn't think clearly. However, based on the ancient customs, shouldn't we accept the worship of the officials? Zhong Shou's eyes were smiling like crescent moons. What worship of the officials? It's okay. My Gantian mountain has never had such a rule. Today your husband will accompany you. He remembered that Renbois had made arrangements with several officials from the Ministry of Rites. Today, during the morning court session, all the ministers had an audience with His Majesty. The Queen had to accept the gifts from the ministers one by one before the ceremony was complete. If it was the rules of Donglin Cloud Continent in the past, he would have to show the white silk to everyone. This made Zhong Shou shake his head. Luckily, now that Gantian Mountain was a country, such barbarian customs naturally had to be removed. In addition, he also had to offer tea and toast to his parents. However, his parents were not around at this time, so this etiquette was naturally waived. However, Zhong Shou did not care about rules and etiquette. What was that saying again? The night of spring is short, and the sun rises high. From now on, the emperor does not attend court early. He had never paid attention to political affairs, so it was probably fine for him to continue sleeping with his beloved wife today. Xianyuan Iran half believed and half doubted. Just as she was hesitating, she heard a crisp exclamation from outside the hall. Young master, your fox tail has been revealed. Zhong Shou was shocked and quickly turned to look. Sure enough, a few fox tails had unknowingly stretched out from behind him. There were a total of 7 of them swaying behind him. He hurriedly kept them, feeling weird in his heart. Why did the fox tails run out for no reason? He couldn't control himself as he looked towards the door, only to see Chu Shui and Ruoshui walk in from outside. As for Xianyuan Iran, she finally reacted, her face flushed red. She didn't dare to stay together with Zhong Shou. Riding her sword and with a schwa, she flew out of the sleeping hall and fled far away. Zhong Shou was speechless, thinking to himself that it was a pity. Then, he stared viciously at Shui, making Chu Shui feel confused. She was right, the young master's fox tail had been revealed. In the end, the morning court assembly on the second day was completed as per normal. However, from start to finish, Xianyuan Iran didn't dare to look at him. The gazes of all the officials towards Zhong Shou were filled with admiration. Amidst the strangeness, there was a hint of admiration. Obviously, the news of what had happened last night had already spread. It also made Xianyuan Iran feel that she had no face to meet others. After the ceremony, she ran back to the pill room, saying that she was going into seclusion for 10 days to prepare to remake the Spirit Salamander Blood Essence pill. At this moment, Ao Kuan had already sent his dragon blood over as a wedding gift for the 2 of them. Although Xianyuan Iran was making this pill again to avoid Zhong Shou, it was barely acceptable. On this day, after the officials met the emperor, it was also time for Leidong and Jin Buhui to say goodbye. Zhong Shou didn't have any unwilling emotions. Cultivators like them all had lifespans above 1,000 years. In the future, they would have time to meet, not now. However, Zhong Shou still sent the 2 of them out of Gantian Mountain. That day when you and I met, did you think about it? 3 years later, you would have such glory. Establishing a country, pretty much invincible in this world. I still remember my uncle. Every time I think about it, I regret it. At that time in front of the sect leader, I should have persevered more. Zhong Shou originally thought that before the 2 of them left, they would mention the matter of guarding that space fissure. In the end, be it Leidong or Jin Buhui, They didn't say a single word. Only the former was a little emotional, following which his tone was filled with hatred. However, I will take revenge for that day. Zhong Shou, just you wait. Thinking back to that day, Lei Dong felt furious. Not only did Zhong Shou make him drunk, but he didn't even care when he fell off Gantian Mountain. Luckily, his bones were strong, which was why he didn't fall and break. However, he also made a fool of himself. This time when he returned, he would be laughed at by Ruotao. He claimed that he loved to drink and wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cup. In the end, he was made drunk without any hesitation. Where would his face go? In the past, he was the one who made others drunk. When was he the one who made others drink back? Just as he was speaking, Zhong Shou's expression turned serious as he looked towards a direction in the north. His eyes were deep in thought. Lei Dong and Jin Buhui exchanged glances with one another, their faces filled with astonishment. In just a moment they both felt something. This direction is the Yin Dragon Canyon? Did the cloud desolate ruins appear in the world? After roughly estimating the direction, Lei Dong felt that it was weird. The appearance of the Yin Dragon Canyon should be a good thing for Gantian Mountain. At this moment, Donglin was unified, and all the sects close to Lingyun's sect were chased out. With the Blood Cloud Cavalry as a shield, this Yin Dragon Canyon was like Zhong Shou's. What was there to worry about? Zhong Shou nodded his head silently, thousands of thoughts flashing in his mind. He didn't care about the appearance of the Yin Dragon Canyon. The things within were already seen by him as his personal belongings, especially at this moment when he lacked money. Although Zhong Weiran had plundered it first, but because he saw the book of Yin Extreme Life, Zhong Shou was really looking forward to it. Since it was related to this book, there must be something unusual about this remnant. However, at this moment what he cared about the most was when the Yin Dragon Canyon appeared. It was a full 3 months earlier than what he remembered. Based on the records in the books of the future, the Yin Dragon Canyon should appear at the end of winter of the 29th year of Yuanqing. Was his memory wrong, or was it true history that was supposed to be like that? Or was it because of something else? If this Yin Dragon Canyon was like that, then what about Demon Corpse Mountain? Would there be changes? At the start, Jin Buhui's expression was normal, but moments later, his eyes were filled with a weird expression. This aura is so strong. Is it that Yin Dragon? No. In that instance, a vast and surging power suddenly swept across the skies of Donglin Cloud Continent. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still clearly feel it. Even the true qi in their bodies automatically activated to resist. Zhong Shou's brows rose up. This aura didn't seem weaker than Shinshao. Let's go over and take a look. The moment he said that, he stepped into the air. He hurriedly headed in that direction. 3,000 miles of land, not caring about the consumption of their spiritual power, they arrived in just half a day. Jin Buhui's cultivation was the weakest, only grade 7. However, with the help of Zhong Shou and Lei Dong, he was able to barely keep up. A moment later, a deep canyon covered in black clouds appeared in their field of vision. It was 700 miles wide. Rather than a canyon, it was more like a ring-shaped mountain. Zhong Shou landed at the side, following which he looked into the depths of the black mist. The Yin energy within the mist was several times thicker than that of the evil spirit moat. Similar to the Oblivion Cloud Ocean, spiritual sense was unable to reach in at all. Who knows how many people died? However, within the spiritual world, only such a place could produce a Yin dragon. Lei Dong's brows furrowed, revealing a deep thought. Zhong Shou nodded his head slightly. Not only did many people die here, but many people also died here. Moreover, most of them were high-grade cultivators, which was why they had such thick, vengeful energy. Based on what he knew, that Yin dragon should have reached the spirit realm level. Logically speaking, such a realm shouldn't be tolerated in the cloud world. However, this beast hadn't appeared in the world. This Yin Dragon Canyon was similar to a spiritual house or a saint land. This was why it wasn't rejected by the cloud world, and no one bothered about it. Normal cultivators were helpless about it. However, that aura just now, as expected, it wasn't a dragon and shouldn't be a living thing. Sensing it carefully, Zhong Shou's weird expression became even deeper. It didn't seem like a living thing, but that aura also contained soul power. Was it an artifact spirit? This level was at least a top magical treasure level. That spiritual sense fluctuation seemed to be asking for help. It should be that, after 10,000 years, the magical treasure itself was close to dying. What Jin Buhui paid attention to was other things. He took out several talismans and tossed them into the canyon. Moments later, he nodded his head. As expected, the restrictions here have weaknesses. The Dragon Hall was the same. Billions of years. The originally perfect spiritual formation restrictions started to show signs of breaking. At this moment 10,000 years had passed in the cloud world. The celestial caves and ruins left by the ancient times were mostly broken down and swept clean. However, the remaining portion was the true essence. Only because the Donglin Cloud Continent sects couldn't break it open. They could only place it at the side and wait for the day when the spiritual formation would collapse on its own. Or maybe it would start when the experts of the various sects returned. Dragon Canyon was like that. 10 over years ago, after the illusionary effects were broken, people noticed it. However, until now, no one was able to move. Chapter 570. What Zhong Shou paid the most attention to was still that dragon. However, after looking carefully for half a day, he was still unable to sense where it was. Instead, he saw numerous evil spirits bearing their fangs and claws at him within the mist. There was greed for the flesh and blood of victory, as well as fear and intimidation. Calculating the time, this should be the time when the dragon was in deep sleep and they could enter. Looking around, if it was in the past, Gantian Mountain would have at least 20 military towns stationed here to chase away cultivators. However, not long ago, because they had to go up against the Thousand City Alliance, and then they went all around to attack other cities. The troops here were all moved to him, and at this moment they still hadn't returned. At this moment, there were hundreds and thousands of cultivators gathered at the borders of the canyon. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, but they were also worried about the remaining restrictions within as well as those evil beings. Some who felt that their strength was decent and were bold didn't bother about anything and directly charged in. Moments later, several screams spread out from within the mist, making one's hair stand on its end. When Leidong saw that, he laughed coldly. Bold? This place. Even if the spiritual formation is broken, the two of us wouldn't dare to enter. These people are good, heh? As they say, people die for money, birds die for food. Zhong Shou shook his head slightly, taking a few steps out and standing in the middle of the mysterious canyon. Then, a surging sword intent surged for hundreds of miles. This caused the surrounding cultivators to be shocked. When the sword pressed out, the clouds surged, numerous evil beings outside the mist. Most of the people at the borders of the Dragon Canyon were forced back several steps and were unable to get close. Then, they all looked towards where the sword intent came from, adding on to Zhong Shou's body. Exclamations sounded out one after another at the borders of the Dragon Canyon. That is Gantian Mountain Zhong Shou. That Gantian Mountain Monster King? That Zhong Shou who unified Donglin and wiped out mysterious cloud spirit sect, causing Xinxiao to fall? How young? As expected, he came, the peak of sword intent, the head of the 6 ultimate swords. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows and coldly scanned the crowd. Then, he waved his sleeve indifferently. Everyone below the 7th rank. Those who aren't my people can go back now. Although he saw this Dragon Canyon as his private property, the spiritual formation treasures here might not fall into his pocket. It would be good if his own people could get it. However, the prerequisite was that these people were truly from Donglin Cloud Continent and had no relations with the various sections. Even if he wasn't willing to work for Gantian Mountain, it didn't matter. Today, as long as one admitted that they were Gantian Mountain people and wanted to enter, they could form cause and effect. In the future, they could think of ways to recruit them. As for the restriction of the 7th level, it was because he couldn't bear to see these low-level cultivators die. In any case, he had already calculated everything in his heart. The cultivators at the edge were all slightly startled and hesitated. However, Zhongsho was too lazy to argue with them. His sword intent rose, and in just a breath's time, it increased by a fraction. Continuously charging, rising, vast, brilliant. This place was within his country, and he didn't need to use sword intent or sword soul level strength. Just using King Path martial arts, gathering the thoughts of millions of people to form sword intent, he could suppress all the cultivators here. As time went on, some people whose cultivations weren't high enough all had ashen white faces, knowing that they should retreat. As for those who weren't willing to leave, even if they were grade 7, even if they wanted to leave, they weren't able to. They were all suppressed by the vast King Path sword intent, half kneeling on the ground. Zhongsho seemed to have forgotten about them, like he wanted to see his limits as he continued to raise the sword intent suppression. Slowly, even the mountain rocks around the Dragon Canyon couldn't take it anymore, collapsing and collapsing. Only after 20% of the factionless cultivators said that they were Gantian Mountain people did the heavy pressure disappear. Just as most of them wanted to turn around and leave, leaving far away, a cold voice rang out. In the sky, a cold scoff spread out. So even we can't enter? The voice was dark and sharp, filled with a mocking tone. Zhongsho squinted as he looked towards the direction where the voice came from. This aura should be people from the demon path. He casually waved his hand and a shining grade 8 sword appeared in his hand. Naturally, we can't enter. To make these people willingly leave, it seemed like they had to fight. However, looking at the situation, it didn't seem like it was the demon heart sect. That voice turned into a mocking tone. What arrogance! I am not your Gantian Mountain people, but I want to try whether or not I can enter this Dragon Canyon. The moment those words were said, a red sword glow suddenly flashed behind Zhongsho. A sword flashed and instantly numerous red lotuses appeared, blooming one by one. In this Dragon Canyon, it seemed like this sword was more and more like a fish in water. Each lotus that bloomed would absorb the power of numerous souls. The heart of the lotus was filled with pure black karmic flames. Karmic fire red lotus. Leidong and Jin Buhue were slightly shocked. They both knew that although these flames weren't pure karmic flames, they were tough to deal with. Formed from vengeful energy, not only could it destroy one's weapon, but it could also infect one's body and soul. It was also the best counter to King Path's secret techniques. Just as he was about to remind him, Zhongsho's brows rose up. Then, he didn't bother much, holding the 3-foot green sword in his hand, casually slashing behind him with a sword arc. 2 blade shadows clashed. The entire heaven and earth suddenly swelled outwards, giving out a loud explosion. Even the sound of the weapons clashing was covered by the noise. Then, that red sword shadow was the first to collapse, turning into thousands of pieces and scattering. As for that black karmic fire, it didn't even have time to flutter before it totally disappeared in the air. It was as if it had been completely devoured by something. A person suddenly appeared 10,000 feet away from Zhongsho. He was tossed into the distance. Blood seeped out from his mouth. His eyes filled with shock. Like he was finding it weird why the Black Lotus karmic fire didn't work at all. He instantly scolded out, "The two of you, why aren't you coming out?" However, there was no sound in the sky. It was deathly silent. When he saw Zhongsho, that ice-cold knife-like gaze swept over. He couldn't help but feel terrified. "You dare to kill me?" I am the third-generation direct disciple of Demon Lotus Palace, your Gantian mountain. However, Zhong Shou stabbed over expressionlessly, still casually doing so. It arrived in the air and struck right at his brow. That person hollered, giving up on begging for mercy, taking out a long knife. Thousands of knife shadows suddenly exploded out, locking down the space in front of him. However, no matter how fast his knife shadow was, it was unable to block this bit of sword light. There were no changes. There was only a power that was so strong that no one could resist it. Shatter, shatter, shatter. He destroyed all the saber shadows and scattered them. Then, the tip of the sword pointed at the brow of the red-shirt teen. Those who go against my will be killed. A shocked exclamation sounded. After Zhong Shou retracted his sword, the red-shirt teen's brow furrowed. However, the body of the teen didn't fall into the Een mist like he originally intended. Instead, it exploded into numerous pieces of flesh and blood. It wasn't that there were other changes, but that his control of his own strength was really bad, which resulted in such a situation happening. After establishing the country, along with the 30-odd provinces of Donglin Cloud Continent, 4 billion people. The amount of King Path energy that Zhong Shou could use naturally soared, dozens of times more than before. Naturally, it was also more and more difficult to control. It seemed like the effects of the Book of Ian speeding it up weren't that great. It seems like I really need some time to stabilize it. Such a thought flashed across his heart. Zhong Shou didn't bother anymore. Since he couldn't use his skills to break the enemy, then he would use strength to suppress them. Anyways, he had the ability to do so. After killing this person, Zhong Shou smiled as he looked forward. The two of you can come out? Could it be that all of you disagree with this monarch's words? His eyes were unfocused because he knew that the two of them weren't here at all. As expected, moments later, two people appeared. One was thin, his face sickly ashen white. However, he wore a black shirt, making his face look more and more like a dead person. The other was around 20 years old, his body well built. At this moment, his eyes were shining as he looked over coldly. However, his eyes were filled with fear and shock as well as caution. Ruler must be joking. You wiped out Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect just like that. You also killed Demon Lotus Sect disciples just like that. How would the two of us dare to offend you? The one who spoke was that dead-faced teen. Then, he smiled and asked, We just want to discuss with Ruler. Can't you make an exception? Zhong Shou recognized the voice. It was the person who spoke at the peak of Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect that day. He also smiled. Discuss? Okay, I can make an exception. Originally, he didn't plan to occupy this place alone. The Een Dragon Canyon was huge. With just Gantian Mountain and the factionless cultivators here, when the Een Dragon woke up, they wouldn't be able to explore even 1% of it. There were many restrictions and formations that could only be broken by relying on the strength of these sections. However, your Demon Heart sect can only take 20% of what you get from the Een Dragon Canyon, which meant that if they worked hard, 80% of all the gains would be handed over to Gantian Mountain. That dead-faced teen was instantly silent. This condition was too vicious. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Ruler, you don't look like you want to discuss. When Zhong Shou heard that, he rolled his eyes. Who wants to discuss with you? If you aren't willing, then scram. No matter how shrewd that dead-faced teen was, he couldn't help but be furious. If it was anyone else, he would have slashed down with his sword. However, the person in front of him was Zhong Shou, the head of the 6 Pinnacle Swords, Zhong Shou who wiped out the Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect, Zhong Shou whose sword techniques could go up against the Spirit Realm, who had 4,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry, Zhong Shou who was the Monster King of Gantian Mountain. Sighing slightly, just as the teen was about to agree, a cold laugh sounded out from the distance. The Een Dragon Canyon ruins were built by the ancient human race ancestors. It belongs to the people of the world. When did it become your Gantian Mountain's private property? Chapter 571. The Dragon Canyon ruins were built by the ancient human race ancestors and belong to the world. When did it become the private property of your Gantian Mountain? The person who spoke was really righteous. Zhong Shou felt a little familiar. He turned around and saw a familiar person descend from the clouds. As expected, it was Dowling Sec's Fang Ming. Behind him were hundreds of cavalry who should be Dowling Sec's grade 6 Dao soldiers. At this moment, his expression was really solemn. The moment he landed, he asked Zhong Shou, "Ruler, don't you find it preposterous for you to say such words?" The factionless cultivators around were unwilling to accept this. When they saw that the direct disciple of Demon Lotus Palace was killed by Zhong Shou because of a disagreement, they were already thinking about retreating. At this moment, when they saw people from the 6th Shrine Dowling sect appear, they were pumped up and stopped. Emotions surged. As expected from Mr. Fang Ming, "You are so righteous." That's right. The Dragon Canyon belongs to the world. How can it belong to Gantian Mountain alone? Preposterous, using strength to suppress people. Isn't this Gantian Mountain and mysterious cloud spirit sect the same? They are just too overbearing. Those who block one's fortuitous encounters are life and death enemies. Not long after these words rang out, a scoff spread out from the horizon. So what if my Gantian Mountain is overbearing? Ruler's words are like a mountain. Whoever dares to enter the Dragon Canyon is an enemy of my Gantian Mountain. The voice was low and low, spreading out in an area. Just as he finished speaking, a scorching white flame began to burn around the Dragon Valley. It forced the factionless cultivators to retreat. When Fang Ming saw this, his brows furrowed like he was really unhappy. A rune flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, boundless cold energy spread out. It swiftly extinguished the white flames. However, that voice was filled with mocking intent as it laughed. Good timing. When the voice rose, the white flames turned cold and merged with Fang Ming's ice powers. In an instant, the 100 miles of land around the Dragon Canyon was completely frozen. Those factionless cultivators were unable to survive as they all retreated into the distance. When Fang Ming saw this, he gasped in surprise. He squinted and looked into the void, only to see an old man walking in the void and waking up. So it's Brother Zhong Fei. This ice and fire switching spell was really well used. I wonder where Brother learned this technique from? Zhong Fei laughed proudly. It's not a Ling technique but an Abhina. Our Zhong Consortium is fortunate to have obtained it from our bloodline. There were clansmen who could sublimate their bloodlines and swim down. That's why there's this bloodline technique. So that's how it is. Congratulations. Fang Ming's expression remained the same, but his heart was in turmoil. Xiao Chen knew that anyone who could sublimate their bloodline must have grasped some kind of great Tao and imprinted the information of their bloodline into their own bloodline. And to be able to swim down, that was even more extraordinary. He was at least a God realm expert. If he had a slightly stronger bloodline, he would definitely be a Saint realm expert. After Gantian Mountain, apart from that Long Ying and Aokuan, were there any other Saint realm experts? Following which his expression turned serious. Along with Zhong Fei's arrival, several grade 9 cultivators arrived in the air. From afar, one could see a blood energy charging into the heavens, swiftly charging over. Galloping like thunder, giving off a terrifying aura. It was the 4,000 blood cloud cavalry. On the side of Zhong Shou, he was startled when he heard that. Zhong Fei's ice and fire switching was seen by others. Apart from it being magical, they didn't feel anything. However, he could see the shadow of his black and white whole Dharma. Did it originate from him? Oh right, Zhong Yuan and Ruoshui had told him about it before. So this Dharma idol Abhijna could have such a special ability the moment it was formed? But how was that possible? Did the heavens want to use his hands to let this great Tao appear in the world? Which was why this great Tao merged with his bloodline. Even if he was unable to complete it, it would appear in his descendants. Oh right. Speaking of bloodline, when he climbed up from Xianyuan Iran's body, he felt that something wasn't right. The sky fox blood was a little restless. Not long ago, he nearly couldn't control the foxtail. Logically speaking, since he reached grade 7, his 8 tails had already reached grade 8. His bloodline had already reached the 8-tailed bloodline, so there was no way for it to improve any further in the near future. This was why even if he viewed the scenes of the absolute beginning and obtained the book of Ian Extreme Life, his bloodline still didn't change much. However, at this moment, deep within his body, there was still some kind of power surging, gathering, burning, like it was waiting to explode. If it wasn't for him feeling that this change was harmless and beneficial to him, he would have been worried. However, at this moment, he was a little worried. Suddenly, his heart moved and he was lazy to bother about this Fangming. Zhong Shou's gaze turned leisurely as he looked towards a certain spot in the void. He used his spiritual sense to identify. Zhong Shou's lips curled up, his hand grabbing and ripping. The void in front of him was forcefully ripped open by him. A person appeared in front of everyone. Like he didn't know that his body had been noticed, he swiftly descended towards the depths of the Dragon Canyon. Zhong Shou was lazy to even look at him, a sword energy sweeping across and directly slicing off his head. This person's spells were amazing, using soul power to twist space to travel. His body was hidden within like he didn't exist. It was like an illusionary technique. Unfortunately, he couldn't hide from him who had the book of Ian Extreme Life. After dealing with this person, Zhong Shou looked towards Fangming. Does your Dowling sect have objections? Fangming shook his head. Not my Dowling sect, but all the cultivators in the world would be unhappy. Isn't justice in the hearts of the people? Zhong Shou replied with an "oh," his eyes sweeping around. However, it was totally silent. No one replied and no one said anything about unhappiness. Some people directly turned into streaks of light and flew far away. Although he looked on normally, at this moment, Mingdo and Lieha had already flown over. Opening up the pinnacle space dome formation, although it didn't totally lock down the space, it caused the many factionless cultivators within the formation to feel the pressure increase. There were also the Blood Cloud Cavalry, who stood solemnly at the side looking on aggressively, obviously having bad intentions. They were filled with killing intent. When Fangming said that, no one replied. At this moment, Zhong Shou looked over curiously. So your Dowling sect wants to fight with my Gantian mountain? Fangming's heart jumped, looking at the 4,000 Blood Cloud Cavalry in fear. He directly turned his head. Ruler is using strength to suppress me, using strength to force me, I have nothing to say. Using strength to suppress me, using strength to force me. When Zhong Fei heard that, he mocked. I wonder where Ling Sect's 17 medium-sized spiritual stone veins are located. Since it is natural land, then it should belong to the people of the world. Since fellow cultivator Fangming says that, why not open up your minds and set an example for the world to follow? This time Fangming didn't reply, only scoffing in disdain like he couldn't be bothered to explain. Zhong Shou smiled when he heard that. He had wanted to kill this person for a long time, but he didn't have a chance. At this moment, he wanted to see how far this Mr. Fangming would go in the future. Just as he was thinking about that, he heard Leidong say, "They are all here." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of light and shadows suddenly surged out from the void and rushed down. In just a moment there were a full 1,000 cultivators outside of the Een Canyon. They belonged to various factions, some were Buddhist and some were Taoist. The few leaders who led them were all grade 9 experts. However, they didn't speak, many intents wrapping around like they were communicating about something. Then, there was a moment of silence. In the end, one person said, Lingyun sect's rules in the past were 60%. Even if your Gantian mountain replaces Lingyun, you can't go much higher? The person who spoke was just a normal disciple of Tailing sect. Zhongsho was too lazy to reply and didn't explain. He could only quietly wait for the replies of those few sect heads. However, there was a maniacal laugh in the air. 80% isn't much. If you make this fellow angry and he cuts off your head, your elders won't dare to make a sound. When the laughter caused one's eardrums to shake, a person suddenly stepped out. Everyone's expression couldn't help but change as they watched. This voice and appearance was unique within the cloud world. It was the sword maniac Osamu Hara. Zhongsho's brows rose up as he looked over, only to see that the part of his body that was sliced off had already recovered. However, his injuries didn't seem to have healed. His face was a little ashen white. Just as he was hesitating whether or not to kill this fellow, Osamu Hara walked over and said, "I came here to find medicine to heal my injuries. I don't have any thoughts of going up against the head of the 6 pinnacle swords. Last time I lost to you and my injuries haven't healed. Now I don't have any confidence. Zhongsho, you wouldn't take advantage of me to bully the weak, right?" He didn't hide the fact that he lost, following which he nodded his head. "Since I am in your territory, naturally I have to follow the rules. 20% then." Zhongsho was still hesitating, thinking that it was best to get rid of this lunatic. At this moment, the surrounding people were all in an uproar. After the battle at Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect, many people were guessing whether or not Zhongsho could beat Osamu Hara and whether or not he was the top pinnacle sword of the cloud world. Only now did they know that Osamu Hara had lost to him. Hearing his words, he was heavily injured and defeated. The discussions continued. Above the clouds, a clear voice rang out, "Someone who can't even merge spirit and martial arts into one dares to call himself the top of the cloud world. What a joke." Along with those words, another ball of green light landed. They all wore green robes and rode on the dragon entering Sword Light. The one at the front was around 20 years old, slightly younger than Osamu Hara. However, the one who spoke was another, also around 20 years old. He was thin and looked at Zhongsho with a mocking expression. "In front of the Kenzo sect, who dares to talk about the sword? If you don't use King Path martial arts and don't use the help of the Blood Cloud Cavalry, my junior brother will definitely defeat you." Beside him, the teen at the front frowned. "Senior brother, shut up. Don't let the people here laugh at you." Although he was scolding, his tone was filled with unshakable arrogance. Zhongsho was startled, following which he heard Lei Dong laugh bitterly. "It is my Tai Chi, junior brother Feng." Osamu Hara winked at him, pointing at Tai Chi and then touching his neck. Like he was saying that this person was annoying, why not he help him cut him down? To be continued. Chapter 573. Zhongsho laughed involuntarily. He could see the teasing intent in Osamu Hara's eyes. This former head of the Pinnacle Sword had grasped the merger of spirit and martial arts much earlier than Tai Chi. He was a maniac, and being mocked like that naturally he would feel annoyed. If he cared about him, he would have pulled out his sword and slashed him. Lei Dong also felt slightly awkward, feeling that his junior brother's situation was like playing with an axe in front of an expert or a blade in front of a martial saint. Coughing awkwardly, Lei Dong looked away. "Little brother, please give me face and don't bother with him." After personally participating in the Battle of Mysterious Cloud Mountain, he was extremely clear about Zhongsho's sword technique. Zhongsho nodded his head slightly, not bothering about those words at all. An elephant didn't need to care about the provocation of an ant. In his eyes, be it the Kenzo sect disciple who spoke or this Tai Chi who was said to be the most outstanding disciple of the Kenzo sect, they weren't enough to be his opponent. So why did he have to care about them? Thinking about whether this person was dumb or not. Even a lion had to go all out when hunting a rabbit. If they really fought, naturally he would use everything he had. Did he have to bind his hands and feet? Suddenly, he felt a gaze on him and turned to look at the source of the gaze. Only to see a young man around 20 who was also standing on a sword, wearing a green robe, smiling and nodding his head towards him. Zhong Shoksan guessed that this should be the sword spirit Ruotao. He was one of the 6 pinnacle swords, but he had never met him before. When Leidong saw the situation, he gloated. This Ruotao actually has such a day. In the past, he was doted on by our elders and was seen as the next sect leader. But ever since junior brother Feng had arrived, he had been completely suppressed. Now he's past his prime. Zhong Shou thought to himself, is that so? If one said that this Ruotao was a sword, then at this moment, he had already put on a sheath and hid it in a box. The sharpness wasn't obvious and the sharpness was retracted. However, the feeling he gave off was that he was even more dangerous than Tai Chi, far more dangerous. Out of the people of the same generation that he had seen, apart from Osamu Hara and Jueyu, no one else could surpass him. Only Lei Dong might be able to catch up. If this fellow was able to achieve something in his martial path. According to his big brother, if he could not bear to abandon his saber and needed to use a sword, then he would use both. In Zhong Shou's opinion, he would only have the power to contend against Ruotao if he could complete the saber and sword fusion technique. Apart from him, no one else could compare to him. Even this person with the surname Feng in front of him was not worthy of carrying his shoes. Who knows what happened to the 10,000 sword vast habitat? The vast habitat was filled with God realm experts, so he shouldn't be wrong. Zhong Shou and Osamu Hara ignored him. Tai Chi's expression was indifferent. He didn't care. The team behind him scoffed coldly. His expression was one of disdain and understanding. His gaze was like he was saying that the two of them only dared to be arrogant in front of normal cultivators. The reason why they were so famous in the past was because they hadn't met anyone who grasped the spiritual martial realm. Opening his mouth, this person wanted to say something, but he saw Tai Chi's warning gaze as he glanced over. That person was startled, following which he shook his head and didn't speak, looking like he didn't care. However, the factionless cultivators around who hadn't left were all pumped up as they looked towards Tai Chi in anticipation. However, they saw that the latter had no intention of sticking out for them. After he arrived, he just stood at the side and didn't speak. It made these people, including Fang Ming, extremely disappointed. "You are taking 80% right?" Another questioning voice rang out. It was like a silver bell, extremely pleasing to the ear. It made one involuntarily look forward to it. The looks of this woman would definitely be as alluring as her voice. Zhong Shou looked over, a bright light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he heard a buzzing sound in his ear. Shui Lingbo. It is actually Taiyuan Fairy. Where Samarim was looking, a purple-robed teen brought hundreds of cultivators as she descended from the sky. Amongst them were many people that Song Xingdao was familiar with. The one leading them was Shui Lingbo. Your Gantian Mountain has replaced the various sects of Gantian Mountain. Logically speaking, the 80% rule should work. However, you need to promise us that if we meet spiritual items that we like, we can exchange for them with items of similar value. Everyone was startled. The rule of taking a percentage was everywhere. The stronger the sect, the more overboard it was. However, the key was the latter. To them, they didn't lack mind stones and beast crystals. What they lacked was cultivation methods and spiritual items that they liked. Zhong Shou laughed to himself. Wasn't this Shui Lingbo hiding from him? Why did she have the courage to meet him now? He was slightly shocked, only to see that amongst the many Tsang Xingdao disciples, there was a person. His appearance was similar to that of Tan Qiu that he used the sect token to change into. He couldn't help but feel shocked. What was going on? Numerous thoughts flashed across his mind. Zhong Shou stopped himself. It seemed like Song Shengdao's actions were to use him to get rid of the suspicion. Who knew who was acting as Tanqiu? He nodded his head. Of course. What rules did the cloud world have in the past? My place is the same. The people around all heaved a sigh of relief. A Zhong Shou who was able to borrow the luck of the country and had spirit realm strength near the capital was already something that everyone feared. Along with the Blood Cloud Cavalry, the Pinnacle Space Dome formation, as well as the millions of troops nearby that could be moved at any time. Although it wasn't a shrine sect, it was much harder to fight than Tailing sect. If this monster king wanted to do things his way, there was nothing they could do about it. Just as the two of them spoke, more lights landed. Everyone's expression slowly turned solemn. Apart from 10,000 sword vast habitat and common people's vast habitat, even 10,000 Buddha vast habitat, Dowling vast habitat and Sky Demon vast habitat sent people over. 10 shrines, 19 spiritual houses, apart from Mysterious Cloud Spirit sect which was wiped out and Lingyun sect which was heavily injured, none of them were absent. Zhong Shou also started to feel suspicious. Was there something in this Dragon Canyon that he didn't know about that all the sects in the cloud world were eyeing? Or was it disadvantageous to Gantian Mountain? However, looking closely, it didn't seem like it. Although there were quite a number of Stage 9 experts, most of them were the younger generation disciples of the various sects and clans. The people leading them were all young people. For example, Sky Demon Vast Habitat and Dowling Vast Habitat. Only 10,000 Buddha Vast Habitat was led by an old monk around 60. He was white and fat, looking really rich. From start to finish, he was smiling as he looked at Zhao Yanran, who rushed over from Gantian Mountain. It made this crazy woman's hair stand on end. As for the other two, Zhong Shou had heard that the one from Sky Demon Vast Habitat was called Wu Xuan and the leader of Dowling Vast Habitat was called Xiaoxiangzi. He had heard of the names of these two before. However, they had been cultivating in the vast habitat and rarely appeared in the cloud world. From this, one could see how much importance the 5 vast habitats placed on this matter. Although the Taoist and Buddhist sects had numerous grade 9 cultivators, in terms of combat strength, there weren't many who could compare to these two. Initial grade 9 strength, once spirit and martial arts merged, even a true spirit realm expert could take several hits. The two of them swept the crowd. When they saw Osamu Hara, Tanqiu, Lei Dong and the others, their eyes squinted. Then, they didn't care. Even Zhong Shou only made him bow slightly. This was a form of respect for him as the host. On the contrary, out of the few of them, Tai Chi, who had the lowest cultivation, was highly valued by the two of them. They nodded their heads slightly. It was like they only recognized this person as someone on the same path as them. Osamu Hara wasn't angry but laughed instead. He couldn't stand being looked down on by others. However, at this moment, he forcefully suppressed it. Before his injuries healed, he wasn't willing to go against Zhong Shou's wishes. Out of all of them, he was only afraid of this person. Apart from the Taishang dynasty and a limited number of people in the vast habitat, they were the true top experts of the cloud world, Tisk. This group of people really came together. The 6 pinnacle swords of the cloud world are all gathered here. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared one after the other. The one at the front was Sword Prince Juyu and the other was Knife Lord Li Wuhui. They were pretty much side by side. The moment they rushed over, Li Wuhui sensed the killing intent rising up from Zhong Shou's body. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ruler, the mysterious cloud mountain matter is over. Are you still not willing to let me go? Zhong Shou kept silent. The sword in his hand was already spitting out sword energy. He was hesitating in his heart. In the past, he had helped the blood kill twin flags. Although he didn't care much about it. Jueyu's pupils constricted. So it really is you. Then, he decisively drew the line between him and Li Wuhui. I have nothing to do with this person. Before this, we were 20,000 miles away talking about the martial path. Which is why we traveled together. Li Wuhui sighed, like he was lamenting about how he made friends too carelessly. He turned toward Shui Lingbo. Taiyuan Fairy, I don't need to trouble the two of you. Please save me. Shui Lingbo looked into the sky like she didn't hear anything. Li Wuhui was startled when he saw Tan Qiu amongst Song Xingdao and the others. Osamu Hara also had such an expression like he had seen a ghost. How could there be two Zhong Shou in this world? Zhong Shou's killing intent was extinguished at this moment. Speaking of which, what Li Wuhui said on Mysterious Cloud Mountain was the truth. He didn't lie to him. Wu Xuan was already really impatient. What are you saying so much for? Since most of you are here, then you can go down. Cloud World 6 Pinnacle Swords, he. Although he didn't say the words clearly, everyone knew what he meant. The so-called Cloud World 6 Pinnacle Swords didn't live up to its name. If the experts didn't appear, then the rabbits and rats would rule. Juyu and Ruotao were really shrewd. When they heard that, they smiled and didn't care. Li Wuhui blinked his eyes in shock, like he was really surprised. Then, he looked towards Osamu Hara. Weird, with this fellow's personality, how could he take it? Other people didn't know, but he was clear that this sword maniac had merged spirit and martial arts before he stepped into grade 7. At this moment, he should have grasped it. A few years ago, during the battle with Juyu, the two of them both stepped into this level. In the end, Juyu lost to the 10,000 spirit sword intent. Following which, he thought about the reason. Li Wuhui smiled, his eyes filled with mocking. To be continued. Chapter 574. That Xiaoxiang Zi also opened his mouth. That's true. That Yin dragon will awaken in a month. If we want to enter in the future, we have to wait a year. We don't have much time, so let's not talk about it. Brother Xiaoxiang Zi's words are true. Fang Ming smiled, filled with warmth as he looked towards Zhong Shou. What does country ruler Zhong think? Zhong Shou smiled expressionlessly, his body moving to the side. The sword aura that was suppressing the entire Yin Dragon Canyon was retracted at the same time. He made a please gesture. Like it was a routine matter, he said without any sincerity, "This is Gantian mountain land. I hope that when you enter, peace is the most important and don't kill one another." In his heart, he was thinking that as long as it didn't affect the surrounding Gantian mountain people, no matter how many of these people died, he wouldn't care. However, as the landlord, at least on the surface, he had to maintain order here. Xiaoxiang Zi looked deeply at him before taking out his heaven and earth bag. He formed a spell with his hand and instantly a bright light flashed within the bag and on his body. This was to show that he only brought these things on his body. In case when he came out, people would think that he was hiding things. Once the spiritual light dimmed, he took the lead and stepped into the Yin mist. Everyone else did the same, even Wu Xuan was no exception. Who knows when this set of rules started? Within the cloud world, the agreement had matured. If there weren't enough benefits, how would a sect that could monopolize the ruins allow people to casually enter and exit? Taking 80% of the profits was a little high, but could they gather experts and Dao soldiers to fight against Gantian Mountain? Even if Gantian Mountain angered everyone, the 4 factions and 1 sect wouldn't be able to work together. In just a moment, the cultivators around Yin Dragon Canyon all stepped in, and in a blink of an eye, there was no one left. The situation today isn't right. The one who spoke was Tianqi. He was originally at the peak of Mysterious Cloud Mountain, which had been changed into the Kamshan spiritual house, busy with moving the sect. It wasn't until he felt the changes in Yin Dragon Canyon that he brought a few grade 9 elders and hurried over. At this moment, he frowned. In the past, our Donglin Cloud continent had such cloud-desolate ruins. The large sects of the central continent won't casually interfere, allowing Lingyun's sect and the other sects to split it. Zhong Shou frowned as well. He knew that something was amiss. Saying that he would take 80% of the profits was actually a test. Was it because of the spiritual sense that spread across the entire Donglin cloud continent and even the cloud world? This was an artifact spirit. Based on his senses, it should be at the pinnacle of Dharma treasures, close to the level of immortal artifacts. He didn't seem like he was worth so much attention from the sex. After pondering for a moment, he came to a decision. I want to enter and take a look at the situation inside. The two of you will be in charge of this place. The two sects can each take 15% of the profit. Other than Tianqi, there was also Old Man Mingdan. When it happened, it was within Gantian Mountain City, so they came even faster. As the leader of a sect, his battle prowess far surpassed his peers. With the help of the Blood Cloud Cavalry, it was enough to suppress this place. Before Zhong Shou entered, he hesitated slightly. It is best if you move all the energy-destroying crossbows here. Tianqi's pupils constricted as he clenched his fist. Energy-destroying crossbows? What Zhong Shou meant was that there really was a problem with this Dragon Canyon. These vast habitat sects wouldn't follow the rules? That was true. If they gained too much, the cloud-desolate ruins within would become so valuable. It was so valuable that it couldn't be measured. If it was him, he wouldn't be willing to hand it over to others. However, Zhong Shou added, "Don't be nervous, it is best to be prepared." Only then did Tianqi relax. However, when he exchanged glances with Mingdan, his expression was still solemn. He had already made up his mind to bring all the disciples in the sect who were good enough to show their faces to this place. Along with the energy-destroying crossbows, they would lock down this place. Zhong Yuan said expressionlessly, "Ruler, just go. With Zhong Yuan here, there won't be any small fry." He didn't mention that he would enter with Zhong Shou to protect him. The reason was that he knew that with Zhong Shou's strength, if he couldn't handle it, it was useless even if he added him. Moreover, there needed to be someone to take charge of this Dragon Canyon. The Blood Cloud Cavalry only had Yang, so it wasn't enough. His eyes were filled with guilt. Last time when he was ordered to attack the various sects, he had the responsibility to plunder these sections. However, these sects were all crafty and knew about the mysterious Cloud Spirit sect being wiped out, which was why he didn't get much from them. Zhong Shou nodded his head and stepped into the thick mist below. Leidong and Jin Buhui followed behind. Behind them were Zhao Yanran and the others, who entered one after another. In front of them, there were already 2,000 cultivators who charged down from here. Sweeping all the evil beings along the way, all of them were swept clean. Only some weak evil spirits were left which they didn't care about at all. Just the energy around them was enough to destroy these evil beings. They sank down 20,000 feet and still couldn't see the bottom. However, they could smell a rotting scent. "It's a swamp below." The moment such a thought flashed across Zhong Shoxin's mind, he felt a bone-chilling power surge over, pretty much about to freeze his body. Wave? No, it's a flood dragon. Reaching out with his hand, the power was restricted, unable to advance or retreat. Following which it twisted and struggled. As expected, it turned into a giant flood dragon. It was peak grade 9, its strength was stronger than Zhong Shou's. After holding onto the lock for a moment, it broke free. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, his body flashing. The tip of his feet stepped on the 3-inch reverse scale of the flood dragon, following which sword intent surged into its body. Leidong, who was behind, waved his knife and slashed down. It caused its 1,000-foot body to shatter inch by inch in unwillingness. This Dragon Canyon is much stronger than the evil spirit moat near your Gantian mountain. Speaking of which, these two places aren't far from each other. Are there any connections? Zhao Yanran and Jin Buhui followed behind, at least Xian Yunlan and the others. Along the way, Leidong and Zhong Shou led the way. The others were a little embarrassed, Ruoshui and Chu Shui, who followed, were a little ashamed. Only the two at the front were at ease. Zhong Shou acknowledged and didn't say anything, neither did he agree or disagree. He only looked into the distance curiously. The Yin power here was too strong, blocking one's vision. Soul power was also unable to spread out, so he couldn't see anything. What surprised Zhong Shou was that the more he fell, the more he felt that this place was wide. It was far from what he saw above, the few hundred miles of space that was limited. It was probably more than a few thousand miles. As for the people from the other sects, they were nowhere to be seen. Even if they were a little slower, they shouldn't be unable to see anyone. What a weird thing. Shaking his head slightly, Zhong Shou came back to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, he was startled once more. Only to see that there was no one around him. Not only was Lei Dong not there, but Ruoshui, Chu Shui, Zhao Yanran and Jin Buhui were also nowhere to be seen. What was going on? Was it an illusionary technique? No, with his seven-tailed sky fox bloodline, there should only be 30 types of illusionary techniques that could confuse him. There were only 4 types that he couldn't sense anything weird about. The incomplete restrictions within the Yin Dragon Canyon were definitely not one of them, especially at this moment when the sky fox blood was restless and close to burning. Such a situation was becoming more and more serious. As time went on, the weird power within his bloodline was being activated bit by bit. It was extremely chaotic and unable to calm down, even affecting his mind. Upon closer inspection, the spiritual arrays here mostly contained the power of space. Right, it was space. Zhong Shou's eyes revealed a look of understanding. It shouldn't be wrong. Who knows if it was due to the effects of the spiritual formation itself or some other reason, but the space below the Yin Dragon Canyon was totally messed up. In that instant, he had sensed that several spaces of different sizes around him had changed their positions. Speaking of which, the others should be the same. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. The reason why Xiantian allowed Ruoshui and Chu Shui to follow in was because he knew that with his strength, he should be able to protect the two of them. At this moment, just as they entered, they separated. Zhong Shou didn't care much about the spiritual formation and restrictions. Only people's hearts were sinister. It was okay if it was Ruoshui, but Chu Shui, that brat, he couldn't be at ease. Forget it. If this Shui wanted to have achievements in the future, she would have to break away from his wings. He only hoped that this brat wouldn't fall asleep here. He tried his best to calm himself down and continued with what he was doing. At the same time, he paid attention to the changes in the surrounding space. At the same time, he tried to deduce the patterns. However, the more he walked forwards, the more his brows furrowed. The space changes had no fixed number. Sometimes it was deep in the canyon, sometimes it was shifted to the top of the canyon. He thought to himself that this was going to be a headache. Unfortunately, there weren't those calculators in the future that were built with mind stones and spiritual formations, which were said to be able to calculate billions of times in a breath. Purely with the human brain, to understand the situation within the canyon, one wouldn't be able to do it even in tens of days. To find the ruins within, it would all depend on luck. Who knows what was going on with the other sects? Would they be like him, a headless fly? Or would they have other methods? Just as he was worrying, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up. The book of Yin Extreme Life in his soul ocean suddenly moved. In an instant, it locked down the surrounding space that was about to shift away. However, before Zhong Shou was able to feel excited, he felt dejected. This space was forcefully locked down, but a lot of the remaining spiritual energy within the book of Yin Extreme Life was consumed. Simply put, it wasn't impossible for him to use this method to borrow the power of the book of Yin Extreme Life. However, he needed enough mind stones to allow this book to have the ability to suppress space. He felt slightly fortunate that this time Zhong Yuan and Yin Yang led the Blood Cloud Cavalry back and snatched some mind stones. It wasn't much, and along with the mysterious cloud spirit sect treasury, it was just enough for the Book of Ian to use for 140 days, enough for him to walk around this place. Chapter 575. As expected, it was like walking on flat ground in this Dragon Canyon. However, there were space changes which were forcefully suppressed by the Book of Ian. However, the deeper he walked, the more dizzy Zhong Shou felt, the more uncomfortable he felt. The blood in his body was like boiling magma, flowing in his blood vessels. Weird. Zhong Shou couldn't understand. He was also unable to control the changes in the depths of his body that came from his bloodline. He could only try his best to maintain his calm. However, he knew that this situation was extremely dangerous. If he was in Gantian Mountain City, it would be okay, but now it wasn't good. He was at a loss and could only instinctively walk forward. The originally deadly cold aura in the surroundings instead made him feel somewhat refreshed at this moment. What are you doing here? You actually opened up your body and soul to let evil spirits enter. Are you crazy? Suddenly, a cold scoff rang out from behind him. Zhong Shou's blurred spiritual sense suddenly woke up and his brows rose up coldly. The sword hidden in his sleeves came out of its sheath and swept out. His mind reacted instinctively, displaying his sword technique to the maximum. When the sword shadow slashed out, it had already slashed apart the small part of the world behind him. The person behind him was instantly shocked. As Xiao Chen retreated, scarlet lotus flowers bloomed one after another. Different from the karma fire black lotus of the demon Lotus Palace disciple who died in Zhong Shou's hands, although it was in the shape of a lotus, it was red and had a purifying power. Any Yin power and evil spirits that it touched were all wiped out. Step by step, they also fortified themselves, blocking the advance of the sword light. He was pushed 10,000 feet away. Only when Zhong Shou's sword attack was slightly reduced did he stop his retreat and strike back. Lightning filled the sky as he went against the flow. Between the two of them, the sword light instantly exploded. A series of clanging sounds rang out, and all of the Yin power within a radius of 1,000,000 feet was completely shattered. When the sword light was destroyed once more, this exchange finally ended in a draw. Zhong Shou finally came to his senses. The woman also stopped 1,000 feet away. She was wearing a purple-red dress. She frowned and said, "Zhong Shou, what the hell are you doing?" Zhong Shou smiled weakly, "So it's the water fairy." Zhong Shou was a little out of sorts just now, I'm sorry. Unbearable. It was really unbearable. It was even more unbearable than when his dual meridians clashed, and he felt as if his entire body was being cut by knives. His body felt like it was burning. Not only the Sky Fox bloodline, even the Sky Burning blood from the Lu family was restless. There was also the Lightning Phoenix mark, which seemed to be going deeper and deeper, like it was going to devour those tentacles. It would be implanted into his body and engraved in the depths of his blood and the origin of his life. Something was wrong. Logically speaking, his yin and yang had just been harmonized, and his bloodline had temporarily stabilized. Such a situation shouldn't have happened. It was all thanks to this Shui Lingbo. If it wasn't for this woman appearing at the right time, if this woman didn't appear, even if he was able to safely pass the bloodline conflict stage, his mind would also have to bear the attacks of numerous evil spirits that entered his body. That Hanshi was also eager to try. This was also because he advanced too quickly, which caused problems. More accurately speaking, it was a tribulation. Spirit masters and martial cultivators could only be considered true cultivators when they reached grade 7 and above. The moment one became a cultivator, they would face all sorts of tribulations. The forms were uncertain and they would face many things. For example, he was now out of sorts? What a joke, with your flawless sword heart, you would go out of sorts. Shui Lingbo felt that it was unbelievable. She walked to the side of Zhong Shou warily, carefully sizing him up, her eyes filled with understanding. So that's the case, your bloodline is in conflict. What a fellow! Sky Fox bloodline, Lu family sky burning bloodline, lightning phoenix bloodline. It is a miracle that you didn't die. Her eyes couldn't help but turn weird. She couldn't be more clear about what kind of pain Zhong Shou was going through. Compared to normal knife wounds, was it 1,000 times worse, or 10,000 times worse? Speaking of which, when they first met, this fellow's mental state was already terrifyingly tough. He was a dual meridian body, and had barriers from heaven. However, he was able to step out of the impossible and walk to the peak of the cloud world. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. Shouldn't you call me great senior grandmaster? I am in a good mood now, so I won't call you great. You are still in the mood to joke now? Shui Lingbo glanced at the teen, following which she was delighted. My seniority has risen and we are of the same generation. As for you, Zhong Shou, you should bow to your senior sister. Zhong Shou was enlightened, thinking to himself that no wonder this Shui Lingbo dared to appear in front of him. He also felt weird about who and Song Xingdao took Shui Lingbo in as a disciple. Was it those two? However, he knew that although the 3 sects and 6 schools didn't follow the customs, they wouldn't do things like snatching a disciple. Following which he recalled that Shui Lingbo's master seemed to have died in battle and didn't exist in this world. Was that the reason? Thinking about that, Zhong Shou still didn't care and smiled. It is hard to say who entered the sect first. Is Shui Xianzi also a direct disciple? What is your ranking in the mysterious Golden Life book? Shui Lingbo's face instantly fell, crying out. She was still an inner sect disciple. Even if she succeeded in entering the book, she would only be ranked behind Zhong Shou. Following which she recalled that this wasn't the time to talk about all this. Zhong Shou probably said a lot of things to her to distract her. Her brow was instantly conflicted. Your situation isn't easy to deal with. If you can't find a way to balance your bloodline, there is no solution. You are probably going to die within 7 days. However, Zhong Shou smiled, reaching out with his hand and grabbing a weird-looking Yin ghost. He used the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique to suck it in, but it wasn't absorbed into his body. Instead, it formed into a round essence pearl that stopped in his palm. My ambition hasn't been fulfilled, and I can't bear to do so. Zhong Shou also doesn't want to die with regrets. You're really straightforward. Is this the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique? Shui Lingbo's eyes lit up, seeing that Zhong Shou had directly sucked out the source mark of this Yin ghost. Then, it shouldn't be difficult for Zhong Shou to balance his bloodline. I do know that there are at least 2 water element god beasts hiding behind this Yin Dragon Canyon. However, who knows if they are dead or have reached the celestial realm or god realm. Moreover, we might not bump into them. To be safe, we should first find that person. That person? Is it Tan Qiu? Who is he in disguise? Guess it yourself. Since you already have an idea, why bother asking? However, in the end, you still have to ask? Shui Lingbo's lips curled up in disdain. Speaking of which, after not seeing you for a few years, your sword technique has improved? If it wasn't for me, other people might not have been able to take it. In truth, she was terrified. Just now, she was just a little bit away from dying. That sword strike was truly too swift and fierce, and it was also too unexpected. If she had no choice, after that sword, she definitely wasn't willing to take a second one. However, she, Shui Lingbo, definitely wouldn't admit to all that. Zhong Shou smiled, nodding his head in agreement. I am also surprised that fairy could take it. In the cloud world, there aren't many people who can be your opponent. Actually, at this moment, he also felt that he was a little perverted. It wasn't referring to his personality, but his strength. These were not arrogant words, but very modest words. In the same grade, There weren't more than 3 people in the cloud world who could take his sword. However, these words sounded. Why did it sound like the 2 of them were shamelessly praising each other? The 2 of them looked at one another speechlessly. Then, they laughed out loud like crazy, filled with joy, pride and self-mockery. Then, Shui Lingbo asked curiously, I was finding it weird just now. When that Tai Chi came, how were you able to bear with it? You lost too much face. Looking at you, Zhong Shou, you don't look like someone who likes to take it lying down. On account of Leidong and Suchen, I didn't bicker with him. So that was the case. Then what about Feng Xian and Xiaoxiangzi? These 2 people, I have been annoyed by them for a long time. Their noses are so high up in the sky. However, I am half a cycle older than them, so I can't attack them. To think that I was looking forward to it just now. Recently, my cultivation has improved too quickly, my internal energy has increased greatly. Shui Lingbo's brows furrowed. Then, she understood and thought about the key point. As expected, Zhong Shou continued, if I can't hold back, I will die. His tone was flat, but it was filled with certainty and unquestionable confidence. Even if those 2 people had to die, they couldn't die in front of so many people and in his hands. Speaking of which, they had no grievances with one another, they just looked down on one another. There was no need to be so vicious in a battle between the young. The 2 of them spoke as they walked forward. Shui Lingbo might have been bored or she really couldn't take it, but she kept on talking to Zhong Shou. As they walked forwards, she slowly felt something. Around Zhong Shou, all the shattered space was forcefully suppressed, unable to change or move. Just as she was feeling a little surprised and confused, Zhong Shou squinted and looked in a certain direction. He only felt an icy cold aura spread over from that direction. Different from the Yin energy here, this aura was extremely pure. It had the fishy smell of the ocean and also the coldness of the frozen land. When Zhong Shou sensed it, he was like a person who had been thirsty for a long time smelling delicious food, his heart shaking. This was a water element god beast. Zhong Shou didn't understand. Yin Dragon Canyon, this 10,000-year-old historical remnant. Why was there still a god beast alive? However, this aura was without a doubt a water element god beast. Its grade wasn't low. He couldn't help but grab the sword in his hand, green veins popping out. Shui Lingbo also sensed something, frowning. You are planning to go over? Zhong Shou didn't reply, only nodding his head. What if he didn't go? Within Yin Dragon Canyon, his only chance of survival might be there. Or he could turn around and leave, enter the world river and randomly choose a water element god beast to swallow. The aura there isn't weak. It wasn't too strong, but it was vast and surging like a boundless ocean. Shui Lingbo could only use the word, not weak, to describe it. She continued to ask, do you know why the sex came? Before Zhong Shou asked, she explained, it is a pill and an emperor throne. Chapter 576. Pill and Emperor Throne? Zhong Shou was curious. He looked at Shui Lingbo, waiting for her to explain in detail. The pill is the extreme purple pill. That day, the Qin Shilong collected pills refined by cultivators in the world. It was said that it could increase one's lifespan by 50 years. Unfortunately, before he could use it, he died. Zhong Shou's brows rose up. He knew that the Shilong was extremely strong. It was said that during the Cloud Desolate era, even Saint Realm experts had to lower their heads in front of him. However, King Path martial arts naturally couldn't increase one's lifespan. Due to the 9-layer pagoda in his soul ocean suppressing, he wasn't tainted by the king energy. This was why in his later years, the Shilong crazily collected the undying pill. This extreme purple pill should be one of them. 50 years of lifespan might not be worth mentioning to top cultivators who lived for tens of thousands of years. However, in this world, there were only a few types of pills that could extend lifespan. Even in the future, Zhong Shou hadn't heard of many of them. Those nobles and officials, even if they were rich, couldn't extend their lifespan. The first thing that Zhong Shou thought about was Long Ying, who didn't have much lifespan left. Who knows whether or not it would be useful. However, what was weird was that Zhong Shou's king energy was affecting his soul. It was getting lower and lower. Who knew the reason for that? Then what is the Emperor throne? It is the Avicii throne. Shui Lingbo shook her head. Legend has it that when the Qin Shi Huang conquered the various countries, he used the finest copper in the world to create the 18 copper men. He also used the finest iron in the world to create the throne. Then, he used the blood of the royal families of the 6 countries to form the Avicii throne. It might be useless to cultivators like us, but to those who cultivate King Path's secret techniques, it is a top treasure. Due to the energy of the ancestral dragon, the various sects all want to get it. Zhong Shaoxin understood. This should have something to do with the fight for the God Emperor. Whoever could unify the 5 cloud continents would be the person favored by this world for the next 10,000 years. It was no wonder that the people of the various sects would gather here, only the Confucian faction was missing. However, thinking about it, it was not strange. The primogenitor dragon walked the path of tyranny. When he was in power, it was said that he burned books and buried Confucianism, which was a great calamity for the Confucian school. He probably didn't even want to touch the primogenitor dragon's belongings. If possible, he would even destroy them. Then, Zhong Shou burst out laughing. There isn't a tomb here, so why would there be these 2 items? He knew very well where the true tomb of the first emperor was. Shui Lingbo snorted and said softly, "It's true that there isn't Shi Huang's tomb, but there is Xiang Wang's tomb. It is said that it is here. Do you know about the evil spirit moat? It's said that in the past, 600,000 soldiers of the great Qin Empire were killed here." King Xiang? The so-called invincible overlord? Zhong Shou was startled, thinking that it must be the case. In the past, the cloud continent had been shattered into dozens of pieces. Some of them had sunk into the sea of clouds, while some were still floating on the clouds. They were the 5 continents. If the evil spirit moat was really the one that killed 600,000 soldiers, then it might really be the case. However, in his memory, wasn't this moat slashed out by someone? If it really was Xiang Wang's tomb, then his halberd should be here too, right? That was weird. When Xiang Wang was defeated and died, weren't these items swept clean by his opponent? Not understanding, Zhong Shou was too lazy to think about it. Be it the Avicii throne or the treasures that Xiang Wang left, he didn't care much about them. Only the extreme purple pill made him slightly interested. So that was the case. However, it shouldn't be just these 2 items. Sang Xingdao wouldn't care about all this. You guessed it? Your brain is in a daze from the fever, but you can still think of it? Shui Lingbo shook her head in disbelief, following which her expression turned weird. It is the Universe Creation Records, the Universe Book of the Universe. This place might not have the Book of Ian Extreme Life, but the Universe Book might be here. The sects all sent people over. Apart from the Avicii throne, they are also here to investigate this matter. Zhong Shou's brow rose up once more, thinking to himself about what kind of place this was. Apart from the Book of Ian, it had something to do with the Universe Book? His heart suddenly moved. This is Cloud Dream Swamp? No wonder there would be water element god beasts here. That's right. However, it is just one of the pieces. Legend has it that there are numerous treasures, numerous spirit beasts, the Cloud Dream Swamp. It was said that when the cloud continent broke and the earth's crust broke, a portion of it sank into the ground and disappeared. Shui Lingbo said with endless yearning, following which she smiled, "I am saying all this to let you know. If you miss this chance, you won't have it in the future. Don't regret it in the future. If you go find that god beast now, not only will you not be able to win, but you will also fall into a dangerous situation." Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. Today he couldn't even keep his life, so why would he bother about these treasures? Shui Lingbo probably said all this to tell him that she had no time to help now. He also knew that he might not be the opponent of that unknown god beast. However, he had to try himself. Shui Lingbo nodded her head slightly, sighing. "Then we will split up here. I will help you find that person. Don't worry, no matter what, I will think of a way." When she said this, Shui Lingbo had already left from another direction, with his hand stepping into the void. Then Zhong Shou didn't have any intentions of grumbling. This wasn't a restriction, what Shui Lingbo did was the smartest thing to do. It only targeted evil spirits and dead people. If that god beast was below spirit realm, it didn't affect or even above initial spirit realm, who knew what kind of vast then he would be able to deal with it. To be able to go against if it was above that energy, then even if the two of them worked together, it wouldn't be enough to maintain the peace of this small region. Calming himself down, Zhong Shou continued to head towards the direction where the water element energy to walk in. At the start, here when he had probably never seen a living person before. He felt that it was really close. They all fled in all directions. Only now did he realize that the distance directly was riding the sword and flying. The reason why he was able to sense its presence was because the power of the god beast as he held up a grade 9 spiritual sword. The more he walked forwards, just as he was prepared to face his tough battle, turn cold. He stopped. He even had the urge to turn around and run. Zhong Shou exclaimed as he looked forward in disbelief. It probably wasn't something that on a reef in the center, who knows how many thousand miles he walked. Her expression calm and peaceful. A blue light finally reached out with her hand, and a beast covered in blue scales was licking her palm. It was exceptionally eye-catching. This caused Tanxio to continuously giggle. His spiritual sense was really instantly speechless. He could only barely maintain a bit of clarity. Her voice was like a silver bell. After hesitating for a moment, if it was another girl, it was okay. Even if she was ugly, his field of vision became brighter and brighter. The one who was laughing until Zhong Shou stepped into a totally different place. Image from his last life. This place was surrounded by no matter how he looked at it, it was really awkward. This place was sunny and bright. Luckily, there wasn't anyone spiritual light floated around. He wouldn't have the face to meet anyone in the future. Looking out, it was still a swamp below. What was important wasn't that there wasn't much rotting the body. In the center was a roughly 400-mile lake. Looking at the aura, actually it was many as vast as living within. It had obviously numerous evil spirits to gather here. At this moment, it was like a pet. However, they looking were really tame, like it was trying to get on the good side of the person evil spirits in front of it. Often just touched it slightly, at its appearance, and a young energy following which the weird expression on his face in just an instant they would turn into dust. The being in front of him looked like a Qilin. These evil beings were restless. Extremely similar to the one he saw in the fake tomb of the Qin before they were able to dragon get close. Head, deer the lightning-winged dragon eyes, on tiger Shou's right arm had taken the initiative to appear. Only on its four legs there were some differences. Body. It had millions of lightning streaks sweeping all about. One of the variants although Hanqi wanted to counterattack Tanxio casually threw a spiritual pill into the mouth of the Qilin by Zhong Shou's patted its head. It had no choice but smiled to appear. And turned his head. The 6 silver finally all lit up with Saint Water Qilin also clearing out the fish that were lucky enough to pass light flashed in its eyes. Only little gold which it was startled and joy flashed. It mimicked Hanqi's ability. It directly tossed a layer of sworn brother and ran to the side of Zhong Shou's body. You're tuning in to didn't care at all as you walk to the side of the water. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.